There's the cliff.
Late motherfucker over here.
You're muted.
I started the stream up on time.
Yeah, you weren't here. You weren't with us.
I did what I was supposed to do. Y'all don't need me. You got this.
But you weren't with us.
I was here in spirit. I was shoving Taco Bell into my face and it wasn't even good tonight. So mad about it. They fucking added tomatoes to my burrito when I told them not to, and by the time I got to the end of it, it was like a baby's diaper full of tomato juice, and I fucking hate tomatoes. I still ate it, but it was not good. I did still eat it too.
I love my taco supremes, but I wouldn't want tomatoes on my burrito.
Well, I get the Cantina burritos now, which has like the cabbage and shit on it. It's the healthier one.
Yeah.
I just like how like the cabbage adds a good texture to it. But yeah, I get it with potatoes, but without tomatoes.
Yeah, pretty much the standard tacos and their power bowls are the only things I can eat from there.
Yeah,
Their
I
power
guess.
bowls are nice.
Yeah.
Have you tried the Cantina bowls? It's the same thing as like the Power Bowl, but it has like cabbage instead of lettuce. And
That is good too. I had that recently.
yeah, I really like their Cantina, like their whole lineup of Cantina shit. Okay, we should be good to switch over, right? I'm gonna hit the button because I removed the thing from the intro, so it'll actually work now. In theory, it should. We'll see. Yeah, okay. See, look, it looks perfect when I do it that way. Hi. How's everyone doing? It started off
They sick as
on...
fuck.
I feel you there. Like, I feel like I've had a head cold, like, since, like, 2-3 weeks ago now. So I'm better with it, but, like, my right nostril's clogged up. But I think it also could be the fact that it's been, like, 80, 30, 70, 30. I don't think that's helping either.
Yeah. The climate's hanging on by a thread.
Dude, the last 2 weeks in a row, I have had my heat on and air on at some point during the week. That sucks. Not great. But yeah, so when we started up the episode, it started up as episode 31. That was my bad. It didn't update like I thought it did. It is episode 32. So it's all on there now, but the VOD will say 31 because Twitch hates me. So
You should be able to go back and change it after stream.
well, you can, but it's gonna save it as 31, like when the stream ends, and then I gotta remember to do things.
You remembering.
Yeah,
Right?
that is not my my strong suit lately. Let me tell you. Okay. And yeah, so I don't really have too much to go over here other than I redid the channel point things for Twitch. So I can control them now a lot easier from the streaming computer. So, you know, all of those are there. And then obviously main interactions for all platforms. So regardless if you're on Twitch, YouTube, or on TikTok, Streamloots is the best way to do interactions because it is platform agnostic. And the interactions will work everywhere. So if you want to do any of that stuff, have fun there. Who is going to do recap tonight?
I will be.
Okay, cool. You can go ahead and take it away.
Okay. It's funny. We're starting it. We're gonna restart that. The recap's gonna start and end the exact same way. Starting off last session, Brain was unconscious.
As per tradition.
Yep, it's recent tradition. Now panicking, flips Thrain's
Death timer?
I had it.
It's got a
Final
name.
seconds. And runs, uses a fate point to find a health potion on one of the people we killed, and shoves it down Thrain's throat, and Thrain wakes back up. We all work our way out of the cave. I'm pretty sure Desmond and Roderick are like already out of the cave by the time this happens. We all make it out all the way. We sit there, regroup, take a short rest, and then head back into the cave. Brain does some looking around in the cave, trying to get the lay of the land, and hears something abnormal, being the usual sound of glass from the obsidian. He hears and what sounds like a pickaxe against stone. He starts working his way down that path, and click. Thank you. They end up getting shot at, and we roll initiative, start fighting things. They find another thing that breathes hell's fire and screams. So they Roderick shoots it a couple times. Thrain hits it a couple times. Roderick pisses it off. It comes running at us and then screams at us, burning us all with hellfire, knocking Nell out, and I tell Desmond to kill it, and I will take care of Nell. Desmond does in fact kill it. Thrain ends up using some fate points to do a heroic sacrifice, getting Roderick and Nell out of the blast radius because they explode with hellfire. But consequently, he takes all the damage. No chance for a save. After that, we continue working our way in. After stabilizing Nell, and they see some skeletons fighting the cultists we've been fighting. Roderick and Desmond finish off the cultists as Thrain finally gets up and gets Nell over to where they are. One of the skeletons standing, and they see Thrain carrying Nell, and they recognize Thrain as Cleric of Death, and they ask if Nell is a what was the word, Cliff? Offering, I think. Thrain sets Nell down and says, "You will not touch my family. You can have any of the others." Thrain apparently takes this the wrong way with a come back with you come to our temple bringing a body, and yet you talk to us with such insolence. Thrain kind of snaps, does his turn undead, and destroys two of them. Consequently, Desmond got caught in the crossfire and went running. Like really running, scaring Roderick. And Roderick, carrying Nell, chases after Desmond. After a minute, walking into the temple, Thrain knocked down to a knee due to the feeling of dread. Due to the substantial amount of dread, Thrain gets up, looks for his friends, doesn't see them, starts backtracking, and finds them and explains what's happened to Roderick. Roderick dashes, uses his echo to non-lethally snap Desmond out of turned state. and they make their way back. Desmond faster than Roderick, and once they get back, Desmond and Thrain start exploring the temple, pushing through the extreme dread, and Thrain knows that the skeleton that got away went into the door to the right. Desmond goes off deeper into the cave, or the cave temple, and sees a wall filled with sarcophagi, however you want to call it.
Sarcophaguses. I think that's the proper term.
Correct.
Sarcophagus.
And while that happens, Thrain opens the door to where the other skeleton went, and that's the last thing Thrain remembers. But he gets knocked out being attacked by... What was the spell?
Swarms of insects.
Yes. But doesn't make any noise, and yeah. Now the only people that know he's down is Roderick if he saw it. I don't know if Roderick saw it, though. But when he fell, the door closed, and yeah.
And that's where we're at now.
Do we all get our fate points for starting session?
We do, yep. So again, remind everybody, y'all start out with 1 fate point each. You can use it for doing anything like inserting things into the scene, doing modifiers for your own damage to do more, doing modifiers to reduce incoming damage potentially, and if you guys get really froggy, you could do cool little team up moves. Anytime you guys roll a nat 20, you get an additional fate point. If you roll a double nat, so if you confirm it and get 20, all the players get another fate point. If you crit fail on any roll, I get a fate point. And if you use your fate points to modify damage, absorb damage, or do a buddy cop team up movie, then I also get the fate points for that.
We also get fate points if we get targeted and it's a net 1.
Yep. So a
It's
lot of
just reading that
opportunity
one.
for y'all.
I forget about that one a lot.
So picking up where we left off, first and foremost, I think that we'll probably have to do some different music. Wow.
Music's very quiet.
I love me some Brindletown. I did it quiet when you were doing a recap because I don't want to drown you out or anything. But Brindletown is great for recap. Not so great for being inside of a spooky, scary, forbidden...
Skeleton cave.
Spooky, scary skeleton.
With half the party unconscious.
Of course, the 3 minutes of ads just booted in.
What?
What?
Yeah.
How the fuck does it... I literally did the ad as soon as I started up stream.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
And it said pausing ads for 63 minutes.
And I just got it popping up that says,
I see it.
Ad break.
I see it
Why
right
can't
now.
I type on Twitch or TikTok?
I don't know.
I wanna
What can
type.
you...
It won't
I don't
let me
know.
type. I was going to
Either
say
way.
thanks to Zach.
I'll say,
Well,
you
we
say-
can words. Thanks, Zach. We love you,
Yeah.
Zachary Greg.
You could do that, and also Zach switching over to Twitch, so you can thank him on Twitch too. You know what? I'm gonna be stubborn. I'm gonna wait 1 minute and 39 seconds before we start this off because Twitch wants to be a whore.
Well, I mean, Twitch being a whore is one thing, but it's not like we have an extreme amount of viewers on Twitch, so.
Yeah, we do. We got enough.
Which map are we pulling up? I forgot.
You
The
just
Forgotten Temple. The
pull up.
Forgotten Temple.
If you pull up the combat tracker and just double click on your icon, it'll load it automatically. You don't even have to find it.
I don't remember how I did it, but somehow my everything was set the same when I logged back in. There was a setting I turned on. I don't remember what it was, but everything was left the same, and I was happy about it.
Also, I probably shouldn't have the spooky music playing and Brindletown at the same time.
Probably not.
Something about that doesn't really, it didn't really work in my head.
Wait, where the fuck is Sin?
He's right.
What?
He's right there.
Desmond, where you at?
I am about, I think it was over 100 feet from where y'all are at.
He's if I'm not mistaken, he's up
north
here
of Thrain.
Oh
in
shit!
that area.
Further.
Oh, damn. Okay.
He's right around here.
Okay.
Purple.
Wait, Desmond went into the temple further when he had his spook?
No, he
Oh.
came back after the spook, but then when everybody started agreeing to move forward with it, he continued forward to explore while Thrain stayed in the main room.
I was like, now hang on. What?
All right, so we can formally pick this up here. Okay, so we left off with Thrain opening the door. All of a sudden, the swarm of insects sort of like racing towards him. He slams the door, but as he does, enough of them break through, and he's overwhelmed and downed. And that'll be the end of that. So we'll actually be popping back up to the top of the round with Roderick. So, Roderick, from your point of view, you would see this swarm of insects burst into the room and then start, like, engulfing Thrain. Thrain hits the ground, and as the bugs, like, dissipate and kind of move into the cracks in the stonework, you see Thrain just laying on the ground unconscious.
It's fucking horrifying.
That
So
lapses
they-
it all.
They dissipated, so he's oh, can't even go that far. Okay, he is going to have to dash to get to Thrain.
Ooh, is the movement fixed?
No,
No,
I
it's
see.
not.
Yeah, see, no, I don't see anything else, and
Pretty
I
sure
don't
it's just
see.
this map.
Don't see Desmond. Cool. Bonus action, can I either look through his belongings for any health items or pick him up?
Muted.
You could kind of rummage
Yeah,
through his
that's
pack to
supposed
see
to
if
be
he
my
has anything. But you wouldn't be able to use it or anything during this one.
Right. I just wanted to see if I could look for it at least.
No health items.
Yeah, about to say, you can give me a investigation roll if you want. You see, this is Roderick. So what I'm telling you would be different than someone else. You see a small metric ton of crafting components. And you would see like some food items, and then the replica wand of Orcus, and like that's pretty much like all you see on Thrain.
Wait a minute. If these are like Orcus skeletons, did they like not see the wand of Orcus and be like, ah?
I'm not carrying it. It's not actively being used.
I mean, it's big enough. I just would have assumed it would have been visible on your back or some shit. Never mind. Ignore me.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's all he can do for right now, so
All right.
all done.
Desmond, give me a perception roll, please. As you start moving deeper into this this temple, the thick stone walls start to muffle a lot of the sound, and by the time you get to this side of the room, you're hearing like the bit of dirt and debris underneath each step sort of echoing through the room that you're in, and you have basically lost you've lost any sounds coming from the other room. And from where you're standing at right now, you are hearing like the sounds of someone like yelling in pain. And it's coming from deeper into the hallway from where you have yet to go to.
Okay. So, 10, 15 feet to there. And I guess you can't really just only peek your head out, so he's going to do another 5 feet to peek.
Sure, gotcha. Yeah, so as you peek down, you see a long hallway, and on the right side of the hall, you see a small opening with like this red light emitting out of it, and you see like shadows moving about from there. And then further down the hall, you see where it ends in an L turn to the right, and that's all you see down this hallway.
Okay. He's going to peek back and hold his action if anything threatening comes around the corner. He's going to attack it
Okay.
with his spear.
What?
I'm assuming it's going to be close if he, because I can't see right now.
Yeah. Nell is still sleepy. Thrain's hold on.
Hey.
I not gonna say anything. Stuff I want to say, I'm not gonna say.
Back at the top of Roderick.
Cody.
Oh boy. He's gonna like pull out the wand, the replica wand, and he's like, "Does this do anything?" He's like pointing it at Thrain, then pointing at other things, trying to get it to do something.
I mean, when you pick it up, it's heavier than you thought it would be. Like it actually is really. You don't really use melee weapons as much, but like it's not really balanced well in the sense of how a weapon normally would be. It is so top heavy on the cudgel that like you could tell it's meant for like you're leaning everything into every swing that you do. But other than that, nothing happens when you go swinging it about.
Yeah. Okay, he's gonna have his echo come over. And they're looking at each other like, all right, what do we know about healer medical stuff? He's like, I don't know. I know as much as you know. And they're just kind of going back and forth a little bit. Like, okay, well, all right, let's try something here. Let's put his parts back in him and try to close it up and see what happens. So,
What?
so they're going to try to stabilize him.
Okay. Yeah, so as you like move his body around in order to attempt to stabilize, like you
Don't
see
fuck
in
this
some
up,
of the
babe.
like in some of the folds of his cloth and whatnot, some of the remnants of these insects like come crawling out and kind of skitter away.
Okay.
Cool. So yeah, they're gonna give it a shot here.
Good enough for a stabilization.
Okay.
So you step on some of the bugs and kind of like get him like laying on his back and what do you do to stabilize him?
So they're like, just like the most unhelpful things, like The Echo is like massaging his shoulders. The other one is like just like putting like finding some dirt and putting it on his wounds. Like, I heard this helps.
Literally rubbing some dirt into it.
Yep. Then smack him a few times and like, oh wait, he seems to be breathing.
Thrain, your eyes flutter a little bit just to see like the Echo sort of leaning over like this and looking over you. You feel him like massaging your shoulders a little bit, and then you got Roderick proper knelt down in front of you, and he's just like kind of like pushing on the wounds and like rubbing something into it, and then your eyes sort of roll back again as you.
And then with their movement, they're gonna like one's grabbing his hands, the other one's grabbing his legs, and they're going to start moving back towards Nell.
Okay. You're trying to move back with Thrain?
Yes.
Give me
With
give
him
me a,
and the Echo, of course.
sure.
sharing
Give
the
me
boat.
give me a strength roll with advantage.
All right.
I'd say it's 180 plus whatever he's wearing.
All right. Can it be athletics?
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, all right.
So we'll call Thrain 200. You're good. You need like a 14 for this.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you and the Echo start slowly carrying him back. Given the fact that you stabilized as an action and you technically shouldn't even be able to do this, we'll let you do 15 feet of movement.
Okay. They're not trying to super rush anyway because they feel they kind of at least know enough to know that he's hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, we're over here at Sin
In darkness.
in darkness. Yeah, that's funny. Are you on mute?
Yeah, I haven't said anything though.
Okay.
So I guess for now he's just gonna hold position with his like ear against the wall, trying to listen, see if he can pick up anything going on in the next area, and wait for everyone to catch up to him.
Sure. Give me a perception roll. So you're hearing like this sort of gravelly voice, and then you're hearing like just like wails of pain. And then you suddenly just hear this almost like this sound of like cloth ripping, and then you hear a splash sound. And then all of a sudden, no more voices.
Same thing. He's waiting for everyone, holding his action to attack with his spear if anyone threatening comes around the corner.
Okay. All right, then we're back up to the top with Roderick. I don't know why that's still making you roll, even though I thought I removed that, but
You didn't give me stable. I'm at 0 hit points, so no matter what.
all right, Roderick.
All right. We're gonna bring him the rest of the way. Lay him next to Nell. And then the Rogers kind of look at each other. Well, what now? I don't know where Desmond is. Should we use the coin guy? I don't see any other way around this. All right. So we do. Like, I'm pretty sure it was heads. The other one's like, I'm pretty sure it was tails.
You gonna
Only
flip
one
it
way.
again?
Only one way to solve this debate, I assume.
Okay. I think. Wait, what did we do last time? And then in the reverse way, one says it was tails, the other one says it's heads. It just flips it like. Okay. He said not to flip it into the sand. Okay. We got that much. Either way should work, right? Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. So, he is going to flip it, catch it, and then sit it on the ground.
All right, give me a D4. Odds or heads, evens or tails.
Oh, it bounced all the way off. All right, let's try it again.
All right, so heads up. You place it down on the ground. And I assume that's your turn?
Yeah, they're both huddling around. She's just watching it like, come on, buddy, do the thing. That's all they're doing.
All right. Desmond, it's been about 24 seconds, which feels like 3 weeks since you've been in this room. And you still are not hearing anybody coming from behind you, and all the noise that you did hear on the other side of the hall, you have stopped hearing.
Okay. He is going to hold out a hand in the direction of where the party is. Flick his wrist over, and as he does, the white raven appears, Ava, and he's going to send it back to see what the hell is going on.
Okay. What's the fly speed for that? 50. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're still going to continue to hold?
Yeah. For this turn, he is telling Ava to dash back, and that was everything he can do. So he's not holding an action. His action
Okay.
was to summon, bonus action was to tell it to dash.
Okay. So Ava pops out and you hear its wings sort of scuttle away off in the distance, lost by the sound of the thick stone walls.
Desmond's just standing there, fingers twitching, fiddling with his spear as he's still waiting.
All right.
The fuck is Thrain at?
Gotta make him some boots to help with that small lake situation.
I already got boots.
Roderick, give me a perception roll. If you have any bonuses due to sight, they will not count for this. It's just for hearing.
All right.
Yep, so you place the coin down, and the two of you are sort of standing there. I just picture both of you with like your hands on your hips, staring at the unconscious bodies of Thrain and Nell laying side by side. And you're like waiting for something magical to happen, but like nothing happens immediately after you put the coin down.
So and he goes, I told you it was tails. And then they reach down, picks it up, flips it over and puts it down. He's like, now appear. And that's their turn.
Okay.
Okay, now I have to see what this actually calls for. It is so bright.
See that? You look at that one meme.
Okay. As an action, I am going to look through my familiar senses now. As
Okay.
It continues to move that way.
Okay, and then it can continue to move on its own, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then as you look through Ava's eyes, you see Roderick and Roderick's Echo having a debate with one another over which side the coin should be facing up. Both of them standing there looking completely unamused, and the unconscious bodies of Thrain and Nell lying side by side in the obsidian floors.
Now we move back. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
All right.
And he's just going to keep moving back for his next few turns.
What do you want Ava to do?
He can command Ava with the bonus action, so Ava will get the command to cast message to not Vardrock, to Roderick.
You can try casting it to Vardrock. That could be a very interesting change of events.
You hate
I'm
that
gonna
guy.
But if I use a fate point. Okay, so message
Like, who
to
the hell?
Roderick. Going to say, we need to go. Get the bodies ready for transport. I'm on my way. It's Desmond. You can reply to this.
So, Roderick, you'd see Ava fly in and like land on like a shard of obsidian, like right next to where you guys are standing. And as this white raven looks up at you, all of a sudden you hear Desmond's voice in your head. And we could just flip right to that.
Desmond, this is Roderick. Agreed.
Your echo's like, what the fuck are you doing?
This Echo's probably impressed.
I like to believe that somehow the Echo understands how that message works, but Roderick himself doesn't. Is just like, dude, you don't have to think that hard.
No, they're both idiots.
Just impressing himself.
Right.
All right, your turn. What do you want to do on it?
Flip the coin back to heads and wait.
Okay. All
It'll
right,
work.
Desmond.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60.
Can't cut through walls. All right, so yeah, as you run into this room, you just see like the bodies that were in here from before, and none of your team here. Just sort of the remnants of the chaos in the previous battle. Roderick, as you flip the coin back over to heads, you hear someone like walking up the tunnel to your south, and you turn around with this like matter of fact like look on your face, like you're gonna show to the echo that you were right about it being heads. And as you do, you see one of the robed figures standing there, and he looks just as surprised to see you as you are to see him.
Okay.
And you see him like reach towards his waist, and all of a sudden you just hear him let out this groan, and he kind of goes like this, and then you see his body drop, and you see that figure standing behind him, and he was like, he just looks at you and he says, "What kind of a mess did you get into this time?"
Okay. Not my idea, but things have things could be better. Hey, do you happen to be like a god of healing by any chance? 'Cause
No.
do you
And I don't do
know-
manual labor. Pick them up and let's go. And he turns around and starts walking away.
Okay. He picks up Nell, and Echo picks up Thrain, and he looks over to the bird, and he's like, in his mind, he's like, Desmond, my god, here from Coin, we're leaving.
Same way Desmond looks at you with a still body and his head just turning. The bird watches as you move.
All right. And by the time you pick them up and you get to this neck of it, you can see all the way down like the tunnel, like at the limit of your vision. You see like the silhouette of this figure standing there, like waiting impatiently for you. And Desmond, I assume at this point it's just gonna be dash, dash, dash. Okay. So you all start moving through, and like basically every time you get to where this figure was standing at, Roderick, he's already like moved on to like the next area, almost like he's like standing like down the path you need to go down to get out. And you can hear the sound of Desmond running behind you. You can hear just sort of the fast-paced boot stomp on the obsidian halls. And as you get to like the entrance, he's sort of like standing there, and he has like the glow of the sun behind him, like further enshrouding him in this like silhouette. And he's just sort of looking at you, and he's do you still have Thrain's mace out?
Let's see. Yeah, I guess so, because I never acknowledged that I put it away.
If he sees you standing there with that, he's gonna like look at you, and he's like, "What in the hell is that?"
Oh, this is Thrain's toy he bought earlier.
Destroy it.
Wow, I mean, it is ugly, but this is not my property to destroy like that, man. I mean, if you want one, we know the guy. He probably has another one.
Where?
The place. I guess we're heading back there once get Nell back up and we find out where we're going.
He like pulls up. You see him pull like a shawl or something up over his face. It's kind of hard to discern anything with the silhouetting that's going on. And he just says, "You and I, we're talking later." And he turns around and he starts walking out. And you can hear Desmond getting closer. Desmond, give me a perception roll. As you're like bending through the turns, you get to a point where you're seeing the light shining in, and you're seeing Roderick and the Echo standing there, and you're seeing a third silhouette like at the mouth of the cave, and you see like essentially as soon as you catch a glimpse of it, you see it sort of turn with this like flowing robe. You see it like kick up from the wind as it spins, and it walks out of the cave, and you lose sight of it as you reconnect with Roderick standing there with the rest of your party in hand.
You're fine. I'm not asking any questions. Let's leave.
Yeah, that seems to be the idea.
Desmond gets tries to get a hold of Nell somehow to help out, and just stops and walks past.
I'm sleepy. We just eat. Why get so loud?
I don't hear it at all.
It's a wind tunnel. That's all I hear.
It just started up on this end. This is supposed to be music.
That's a lot of fan noise.
Yeah, I stopped it. Don't worry. Yeah, that's not what that was supposed to be. Okay. Yeah. So you all head out back into the desert, and what's the game plan from here? Are you guys gonna try to bring the two unconscious party members back to the city? Or are you gonna try to wait here until they heal up some?
Desmond's going to start walking towards that last encampment that they found on the side of the dune that we're on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully find some kind of anything that they can lay them down on and just drag them behind us.
Okay, yeah. I mean, there's some there was some
Even
sleep.
if it's just a sheet or anything.
Well, there was those low
Yeah.
cots that were there, just basic small wooden frame with canvas stretched over it cots that you could lay them on and sort of use that as a sled.
Yeah, so go over there. Desmond will fashion something together, then pull them back to the city.
Okay, yeah. So you all head out and get some of those and start dragging everyone back. As you make it back to the city, you can see that a lot of the... So are you guys going to be going back around to the southern exit where you went, or are you going to be going up around to the northern exit? Because you guys are almost at the halfway point between the two, so it's really your call on that.
I think southern would be faster because we have to go slightly southern to get to that other tent.
Okay. Okay. So you guys head back through the southern exit, and by the time you get there, like they have the gate completely like lifted, and you see that outside the walls they have they to the left. Well, so as you're approaching the gate to the left, you see like a row of bodies, and they have like sheets over them. And then to the right, you see a small sect of guards, and you see a large pile of bodies to the right, with a bunch of guards standing around it. Either one of you two stopping for any of this, or you just kind of powering through to get back into the city proper?
I guess as we are approaching, Desmond's going to stop pulling with Roderick and jog forward ahead to get in a few words. Then, as Roderick catches up, leave and continue helping him pull.
Okay.
So Desmond will run up to the group surrounding the bodies. What's the status on everything?
The guard looks at you, and he kind of like, he looks at you and he like scoffs for a second, and then he like does a double take and he like stands up straight. And he's like, it's a real shit show. We're trying to account for everyone who's part of Sandscale. And he sort of like points over to the left side of the wall where like the bodies under the sheets are. And we were ordered to burn the bodies of anyone who's not from the city. So we got this mess going on over here. We're still trying to figure everything out, but we're seeing a large mix of people from here, the cult members, which are pretty easy to identify, and quite a few people from Orchard Shore.
I knew it.
Did any orders or the status of Dawn Shroud make its way around?
He's the one that told us to burn the bodies. He's in his quarters, resting right now.
Looks back, sees Roger catching up. Thank you for the information. Don't overexert yourselves. This is going to be a long mess to clean up. And Desmond starts jogging back to Roderick.
Did you take that map away from me?
I took it and tried to do like what Sin does, but it didn't work again. Oh, did the music finally start playing?
There's music?
It's super quiet.
Yeah, I just put my volume up to 145 and now I can finally hear it.
Well, I'm turning the volume up on my end too, so it's gonna get
Okay,
even
so I'll
louder
turn
for you
it down
probably.
on my end. Before you go, oh, let me fix that word. Blast my ears out.
I'm trying to balance it on what the stream hears, so like I'm.
Yeah, I know I like it louder. I like the ambiance going the whole time with volume where I can hear it.
So yeah, y'all don't have to if you don't want to. I'm pulling up the Sandscale map though.
Yep, I got it up.
You took it away from me, so I had to pull it back up.
I giveth and I taketh, but I don't really know how to giveth, so I mostly just take it. All right. So let's just go ahead and drag Desmond here. And Roderick, just in case you two are trying to do anything. Okay. So you guys, you grab the other end of this body sled and start bringing everybody back into the city. What's your idea of what you plan on doing here?
Desmond's going to be walking towards the Dragon Guard barracks. I'm not going to go in, but like once we get there, just sit against the side of the building and rest.
All right, so you start going in, and as you're moving your way from the southern part of the city around the temple, like you're starting to see the the efforts to clean everything up. Most of the bodies and whatnot that were out in the front have been moved. Outside of a couple of like battle scars that have been left. Most things have been cleaned up in the couple hours that you guys have been gone. Like they've made a very solid effort of doing it. And like you have a lot of the Sandscale residents outside actively like sweeping up debris, patching things up. You see people repairing their shops and their homes that have been damaged in this scuffle. And yeah, you said you're just gonna take them back to the hotel room, the inn room.
Would it? I guess that's kind of meta knowledge. Would they be able to be up and functioning after an hour of short rest?
So yeah, I mean, after a rest, there'll be 1 hit point. And then, if it's a short rest proper, obviously you could do hit die, but I don't think anybody has any hit die left.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That's the meta knowledge that I think I wouldn't really know.
Yeah, so I mean, like, obviously with anything else, like, if your body takes a bad beating, you need to sleep. So sleep's always going to be a good option. And after... in your previous experience through training and everything like that, like, you know that if someone's beat to unconsciousness, eventually they're going to come back from that and they're going to be feeling it. So this could be one of those instances where, like, mechanics wise, Nell and Thrain will be back with 1 hit point each. And then, obviously the opportunity to long rest is there where they can get fully healed from it, but...
Okay. Yeah, let's go to the inn then, and Desmond will actually take them to his room and lay them on his bed.
Okay. The eyes that you guys get as you open the door and you're like dragging these 2 bodies behind, like there's a couple in the entrance area there. They're like talking to the innkeep about a room, and the conversation just stops, and like all their heads just sort of turn and look at you guys as you walk by. For funsies on my end here, Desmond and Roderick both, your rooms are up on the second story. So you either have to drag or carry the bodies up these stairs in some sort of coordinated fashion.
So 3 of us lifting 1 body at a time seems doable.
Yeah.
Sure.
So leave 1 body in the lobby as we move on.
Okay. So that answers half the question I was going to ask. So you guys are going to basically bring them up to like the base of the stairs, and then everybody concentrate efforts on one person, carry them up.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna leave Ava on whoever we leave behind with the order to squawk at anyone that gets too close.
Okay. Sure. Who are you carrying first?
Let's do Thrain.
Okay. go ahead and Desmond, give me an athletics roll. Roger, give me an athletics roll with advantage. You guys want to average a 14 to do this, no problem whatsoever.
Is the echo also there?
Oh God.
The echo is why Roger gets advantage.
Got it.
All right, so you guys grab Thrain. How are you doing this? Are you doing it like one with legs, and then someone else is on each arm? Like, how are you guys doing this?
I'll get legs. You two both get arms. The chest is typically heavier.
All right, so you guys grab Thrain, and it's super awkward. And at this point, like, you all have sand in your boots, and you're just been walking through the heat all day, dragging bodies behind you that likely weigh more than you. And you grab Thrain, and at this point you're all at just like the pit of exhaustion, and you're just slowly meandering your way up the stairs, and like you get to like the point where the stair kind of turns a little bit, and Roderick, who's the Rodrickses who are carrying the upper half, are sort of walking backwards, and they turn the corner a little bit too close, and then Desmond, like, you have to like steer to the side because Thrain's about to hit the corner of the wall, and you all manage to get him up there, but like by the time you get him to your room and you get him on the bed, like you're just done, like mentally, physically done.
Takes like 5 minutes to just walk back down the hallway to get Nell.
and like right as you like plop Thrain on the bed and you're getting ready to like just sit there for just a brief second to catch your breath, you start hearing Ava squawking.
Desmond's gonna peek his head out the room and yell, "Leave her alone! They are with me, and I will retrieve them immediately." Desmond's going to walk briskly.
Hands off my property!
Speed walking, just don't touch them.
As you get to like the top of the stairs, you see
That's
this
my
like
paladin.
you see this little old lady standing by Nell's body, like looking at you, shocked, looking at the bird, just like total state of confusion all over her face.
Just was gonna like go snooze Ava, then you're gonna get ready to like grab Nell's legs and look at the old lady, just like bends down, grabs legs, head tilts at the old lady.
She's just standing there watching at this point.
They're very sleepy.
Don't worry, I'm taking them to my room.
You're going to get beat with an old lady's purse.
I have the hit points, it's fine.
All right. I need another athletics from Desmond, athletics with advantage from Roderick, 13 for Nell.
I need you to put your back into it, please.
You got it.
Yeah, this time you sort of know the direction you have to go. You know the stairs a little bit, and Nell's a lot easier. And whether it be that like they're a little bit longer, so it's a little bit, you guys are spaced out a little bit more than what it would be if you're carrying Thrain. But you managed to get up and into the room much easier with Nell. And as you plop them on the body, or you plop their body onto the bed, Roderick, Desmond, give me con saves, please.
Hey, I can do that though.
Like as you plop them on the bed, like your bodies are just like, all right, it's time. And like the adrenaline has been used, like you're finally getting a moment to reflect on just all the craziness that has happened, and you guys both just sort of slump down on the floor next to the bed.
Desmond throws off his bag, gets his mask, takes it off, tosses it on the floor, throws off his coat, and just sits there.
Cuddle puddle time.
Group nap. Cue Pokemon Center sound effect. Do. If only we got to get to full health for it.
So are you two having discussions or anything, or is it more like you're just sitting there in silence at this moment and just kind of recuperating?
Desmond like looks at Roderick and just shakes his head and just leans back.
They both nod, and then they both lay back.
What's said was needed to be said is said.
And after, what doesn't seem like much time at all, but in reality had been about an hour and a half, Nell, Thrain, give me a 20 roll, please.
Confirm?
Yeah. Nell, go ahead and roll a hit die.
Good for me. Hit die. I don't remember what it is. It's not showing it as an option for me. I think it's a D10 for
Because you don't have any.
Yeah. It's not even showing it right now, so.
Haven't heard that name in years.
I don't think I have a way of resetting your hit die.
Hang on, let's see.
That's a
Classes.
10 for Paladin?
Paladin. Hit die is 1d10.
I knew it!
Alright.
And then isn't it plus con? Or if it's using hit die?
Yeah, because it says plus stat base, so.
Yep, I got you already.
Fine.
So after what seems like just a few minutes of you two sort of sitting there in silence, probably dozing off, in the exhaustion, you would hear Nell start to move about a little bit.
Nell stirs and sits up and surveys has a brief moment of confusion of where the fuck am I? Realizes they're safe in a bed with Thrain beside them and Roderick and Desmond at the floor. Just kind of sits up and rubs their face a moment and is like, what happened?
You're alive. Get some sleep.
Flop.
Desmond's gonna go check on Thrain's pulse now.
Well, Nell's awake.
Right?
Where's T-Man?
Is Nell tapped on lay on hands and everything too?
Oh, yeah. Full tap.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Nell used lay on hands in the
Fully
first.
bring back.
Yes, in the fight in front of the temple.
Yeah, fight in front of the
Which
temple
was
to fully bring back Roderick. Yeah.
Which was 3 sessions ago at this point.
All right. Give me a medicine roll, Desmond. Yeah. Thrain's got a pulse. As you're sitting there watching him, you can see sort of the wisps of his mustache blowing in his breath as he takes these slow, deep breaths. And as you're checking him over, you see this beetle scurry out from under his beard. When I say beetle, I mean like scarab. I mean like big fucker.
Hand on Thrain and immediately pulls away. Does a gesture with his hand, and a gust of wind just blows it away. Then
Brother,
hesitates, prestidigitation, cleans him up, goes back, make sure he actually felt the pulse instead of just movement of beetles. Then, seeing how he's still unconscious, though, he'll do a quick prayer to the Raven Queen and then slump back against the wall and just keep watching the bed.
Well, as you're doing your prayer, Thrain, you open your eyes and you see Desmond standing over you, eyes closed, doing a prayer.
Okay, I was gonna see how Thrain woke up, if he woke up screaming. Because last thing I remember was bugs crawling all over him. He's just gonna wake up calm.
How about say you wake up and like your armor's like clean, like everything's pristine. You got that new car smell in your armor.
We'll look around. Where am I?
Desmond like pulls his hand away and opens his eyes. Rin Sandskill, you're alive. Get some sleep. Desmond will just turn and walk against the wall, back against it, and slide down.
I'm just glad we all made it back.
You're supposed to be sleeping. Stop talking.
Oh, excuse me for not passing back out immediately within 3 seconds of regaining consciousness.
You hear snoring.
Nell rolls over, looks at him. Show off.
It's the most
Brain
strange shit
power.
ever. All right. Unless anybody has anything that they want to do in this scene, we can fade to black on it, and at some point during the time frame, everybody ends up passing out, and we can commence a long rest.
Okay.
All right. Everybody
Now-
go ahead and roll initiative. No, I'm joking.
One question.
Yeah.
Since Nell's was a prompted roll, would Nell get a fate point for the nat 20?
No. For the nat
Okay.
20, I gave Nell healing in case you guys
Okay.
actually did anything in that scene, but you didn't.
You also got a nat 20 on a combo.
Mine wasn't prompted though. I don't. If I just roll a roll, I don't expect that.
Give me good.
It's got to
Just
be
gonna keep
prompted by the
rolling
GM.
20s.
Yeah, so,
It's time for more cold medicine. Give me like 10 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4. They're lying so hard. 5. They didn't even leave their chair until 5. So you all, one at a time end up waking up at some point through here, and it's the middle of the night. You can sort of hear the commotion of people talking. Outside, you hear like a lot of chatter coming from outside the window. And everybody is at this point sort of slowly starting to wake up from this.
Desmond coming out of his meditation, still against the wall, just the entire time just watching over the rest of the party.
Drain will be sleeping for a good 12 hours.
So, just for
Unless someone wakes him.
Okay, I was about to say, just for my knowledge on here, are you saying that you're electing to stay asleep right now?
Unless prompted, woken up by someone, yes.
Sure.
So did we win? Did we get the thing that we were after?
No.
Did we stop the people who we needed to not have it from getting it?
Based on what happened to Thrain and an extra body being in the tunnel when we were leaving, I can only assume that there are more cult members down there and they are either still working to get it or have gotten the gem and have departed.
Okay, great. What's next?
Soft snore from Brain.
Next, we help out with what we can with Sandscale. We accept our defeat, claiming the rune, and in 2 weeks' time, we go clear our name in Durian.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. When Thrain wakes up, we could even still check to see if the rune is still here using his locate object. Because who knows, maybe they failed too. After all, didn't you guys say there was a third party there?
There was cultists, there was undead. That's all I saw.
Yeah. So whatever those undead were, maybe that was enough to stop them as they had already been weakened by other shit. Who knows? I'm just being hopeful at this point. We'll find out.
I no longer accept actions and refuse to take actions on hope alone.
Oh, absolutely. I just meant that he could attempt to do the locate object, and if it's still there, we'll figure out what to do from there. This poor city. Poor all the cities that have gone through this. At least we were able to stop them before it was completely decimated. Well, now that I'm feeling more up to it, I think I'll go see what we can do to help the locals, since Thrain's still resting.
Did you say it was the middle of the night?
Yep.
No.
Yeah, but, we're awake now.
So,
Or at least Nell is. And
so
Robert
everybody
gets
but
free, yeah.
everybody
Yeah,
but
Robert's
Thrain's
free.
up, and you essentially can hear like a lot of talking commotion outside. But other than that, like it's night. That's all you know.
I mean, me personally, I still think we check to see if the thing is still here, and if not, we just need to get a head start on the next one. Maybe, I don't know. Sticking around, helping people sounds nice. If we were still the Obsidian Order,
We've never been the Obsidian Order.
or the
New idea?
I suggest that we give up chasing the hags, crumbs, and following in their footsteps, and we start preparing for what's going to happen when she eventually gets all of the rooms.
Agreed. We have at least one, which means she can't have all of them. Whatever we can do to try to get places before her, like how we did in Dune Scroll, would be lovely if we're not there at the same time as her. But
I don't think you understand. I say we give up finding these rooms. We are obviously nowhere near a match for anything that she can throw at a city. If we're walking down a random path in between 3 days on either side, if she attacks us in the same fashion that she attacked Sandscale, just because something that you all have seen says that we're chosen, I don't think that's going to matter. It's a nice thought that we're the ones destined to stop this. But, like I said, we need to stop taking actions on hope and start facing reality.
I suppose what it comes down to is I do not understand what you mean by that, because what else is there to do?
Start preparing cities that would actually listen to us for the inevitable outcome of the hag collecting all of these runes.
We can only hope Quillwise is right about all the locations that may be of significance that she may go after, that there might be another rune. Speaking of Quillwise, Ava came back. What did he send with her?
He grabs his bag and pulls it over. Any information on this is just going to give more hope and fuel that we can actually beat them. pulls out the rolled up paper and with his other hand lights a fire. It's a distraction more than anything.
I don't know. We still have to wait for everyone to be awake to discuss all of this. We've got so much to discuss.
The Echo picks up the wand replica, walks over to Thrain and starts nudging him in his beard.
Reach up without opening his eyes, just grab it.
Oh, good.
Do
you're
you
awake.
have a death wish?
Like, I mean, you can kill me, kinda. I'll be back.
He'll not hard enough to do any damage. Because he has it like this. He's just gonna pretty much pop it out of Roderick's hands, the Echo's hands, and just, tap him with it.
He's been bonked.
Turns around. Hey, look now, he's awake.
The Echo shatters.
It's a weird way to speak to Nell by turning away, considering they're sitting in the bed that Thrain's also in.
Well, just turns towards them.
He said turns around. I just couldn't resist.
Turns around and looks over his shoulder, all dramatic. Now,
He's awake now.
Thrain's awake.
Well, glad to see everybody's awake. Everybody's okay.
So is Desmond standing there with like the flame to this paper, like?
He's like considering just burning it, just holding the paper close and a fire in his other hand.
So that's what you would awake to, right?
Desmond thinks we should stop chasing the runes.
Okay. Why?
The four of us, we're yes, we were able to alert Sandscale, but us alone, we're not doing anything to stop the hag. We are constantly behind them. They vastly outpower us, and even when we arrived here at Sandscale first, when we thought we had a lead at advantage, they still flipped it around and they were closer and we couldn't do anything to stop them. We're just chasing after her, reaching desperately to believe that we're some chosen four, when we should really use the information that we have to alert the people, to tell the people that would listen to us to start preparing for the hag's inevitable coming, the, them acquiring all the runes, something in the future that they should be preparing for instead of this stupid civil war.
I do
And what's
think it's
that?
not worth burning the list of locations of runes, because those are the cities that we are going to have to give the most warning to that shit's going to go down here.
Quillwise sent this with Ava an update on any information that he had found. We don't know what it is yet. All I know that it's going to give us some sliver of false hope that we're going to want to chase down. So I say it's not worth opening.
So that's a list of places who are likely to be targeted, is what you're saying.
It's information that Quillwise sent. We don't know what it is.
It was an assumption on my end that that's what it was. I think the information is valuable, even if we don't use it. We should at least see what it says. Doesn't sit right with me burning it.
Here's my issue with burning it. And I have, and this is not saying it shouldn't be done. This is just this side of the story, how I see it. Us as the Eclipsing Order have agreed to protect others who can't protect themselves. Correct?
Yes.
Right.
If Nell is correct, and that is a list of cities where the Hag would be going next to attack, is it or is it not against our oath to inform those cities? Because we would be defending them, or at least giving them a chance to defend themselves. Or, on the other side of that, like you said, would be just a distraction. But at the end of the day, we do have a responsibility to this, to here. Everywhere.
To Amethil.
To Amethil.
We need to inform the major cities of Amethil so they can start getting word out. If we go to every little town like Dune Scroll, every little town out of the way, we will not be able to make it to every major city in time to inform the entirety of Amethil.
I didn't say we had to go to every small city. If we don't look at what's on that list, if it is the list of places, we could start here. Everywhere near here, we could let the Highblade know. He can then get some troops to inform each of those cities. Then we go to Sandscale. Not Sandscale. Sea Bluff. Inform Paladin's on. And then from there. But if you just burn it, all that information, all those lives could be lost.
I guess it's a gamble more than anything.
A gamble on what?
If this information is even correct.
Any information we get is 50-50. It could be correct or it could be bad information. But you know, any of the jobs we get, we don't know what we're walking into.
I don't understand the point of burning it. Let's just read it. Come on. This is ridiculous.
I would prefer to have a discussion rather than an argument now.
Did I sound like I was trying to start an argument?
Very much so.
I apologize. That was not the intention. What I meant was, there was no benefit in burning it. It feels wrong to do so, knowing the information within could potentially help us or others.
I agree with Thrain that we can use the information to inform the major cities of where to send troops. And Desmond will snuff out the fire and toss the paper to Thrain. But I also still think that if we are spreading Amethil's troops thin, instead of bolstering its forces and making, I don't know, the smaller cities take refuge in the larger cities,
That is very
Then-
much so an option.
this paper that is going to make us have some sliver of hope on where we should go or we should send people is just going to be a distraction.
There's always going to be some people who do not listen very well to being told, you should leave just cause. Where I feel like if we can perhaps be more urgent for the smaller cities that are, I don't know. Megan is sick and can't think straight. I'm having a hard time forming words.
Desmond gestures to Thrain. You have the information.
I'll hold it. We just have to agree on one thing.
What's
And I
that?
need everybody to agree on this. Regardless of what this list holds, regardless on how useless we feel or how spread out we might be, we do still have an obligation to the people of Amethil. If you don't see yourself fulfilling the obligation, I don't see why we should continue. If we don't see ourselves to fulfill that obligation, there is no reason for this at all.
I will always do everything in my power, risk life and limb for the people of Amethil.
I get where you're coming from, Desmond, on trying to get people to shelter into larger cities. But how would you feel if so-called peacekeepers came into your home and told you you need to leave everything you know, everything you love, everything you grew up with behind and go to this big city just so you have the chance to not die?
Thrain, that has quite literally been the entirety of my life up to this point. I lost my entire, not even world, plane of existence, and all of my people had to hunker down in a bigger city. And now we are being forced out of that city into this place that we don't know. If people don't want to listen, we can't waste time trying to convince them when we have a much larger scale to look out for. I'm saying this as someone that knows how to deal with the majority, sometimes the minorities. You just can't convince.
But at the end of the day, are you willing to risk everything for Amethil? The people of Amethil, not Amethil itself.
I will continue to do everything I can to save the people that want to be saved as part of or not of the Eclipsean Order. That has been my sole duty since I arrived here.
I'm trying to look at Roderick.
I am obligated to make sure that there is a home to go back to.
What? I mean, it's not the most heroic of reasons, but it is a reason.
Okay. And I'll open the letter.
You open the letter. You untie this this blue ribbon that's around it, and you roll open this scroll to see a completely blank piece of paper with a small Eclipsean Order logo in the middle of it. And you kind of look at it for a second, and like as you like bring it down to sort of look at the rest of the group who are just looking at you anxiously to see what you're about to say is on here, all of a sudden you hear Quillwise's voice. The contents of this are for Eclipsean Order members only. If you are not part of the Eclipsean Order, I strongly encourage you to roll this scroll back up and put it back in its sleeve. If you are a member of the Eclipsean Order, please place your hand on the sigil in the middle of the scroll and repeat the Eclipsean oath. If you touch this and do not say the oath, you will be subjected to the greatest pain that you have ever felt in your life.
Have this. Where is it?
And then like a second later, you hear, the contents of this scroll are for the Eclipsean Order.
The giggle that Nell let out was real. He's so dramatic. Oh, goodness.
Brain will hold it with one hand and put the other hand on it. By the light, by the shade, Eclipseans never fade. With sword and shield, we stand true. To protect all realms, we will do. From dusk till dawn, our order is strong. Justice guides, and we belong. Eclipsean in might, shining bright. Against the darkness, we all fight. For honor and glory, for all the realms, Eclipsean stand at the helm.
And of course, it's not going to do what I need it to do. You guys can go there. If this was cool, what would have happened was as soon as you said that, it would have opened up. But this shit
But you're not sinning. You can't force it.
It's right. I don't know why, but it doesn't let me do that. So as you say the last word of the oath, you see this like this sort of ink dropping in water sort of bleed effect as ink just kind of pricks from the middle of the page and it kind of reveals this. And you hear Quillwise's voice again. I have created an overlay based on the information that I was able to find. Of all of the major cities that were around in the initial era, they all represent the points of the star. Based on you all finding things at Dunescrawl, I can only assume that at these intersections, another rune will lie.
Refresh my memory. What do we find at Dunescrawl again?
That's the room
Oh,
we
wait.
have.
Yep. Never mind.
Yeah.
The puzzle, sand. Yep. Okay.
Ball.
And he continues. I can understand some of these cross sections. One being where Klevenskar was. One being where Dunescrawl is. One being where Seabluff is. I have found no records that indicate any sort of settlement in this location of the Towering Wilds. In the cross section at the bottom is directly over Sylvanus' Mend. I don't know what that means. But it follows the rest of the patterns. Use this information however you see fit. Good luck. And obviously you all would have heard that.
Pass it back over to Desmond.
How many of those intersections are over said major cities? Are those even the safest place to shelter at this point?
Sandscale, Seabluff,
Dorian.
Durian, Orchard Shore, Pine Grave, Wellow, and there's a couple other places, but it said Towering Wilds, Chiron's Crawl, Sylvanus' Mend, and then around Dunescrawl, but not exactly. We already know Sandscale, Dunescrawl, and Orchard Shore.
It would be great to send everyone to Durian if we weren't wanted. Because considering that place has already been touched, it would be a great place to send folks.
Here,
True. If and when we confirm if the room beneath was taken. And if we take it, or what have you.
And as you're all looking at this, you hear on the door of the room.
Al
Grunt.
straightens himself out and goes to open it.
Yeah, that works too.
Now, as you open the door, you see this little old lady that's just standing there. And she kind of looks at you with a smile and she says, "Oh, I'm glad to see that you're up and about."
Hello. I apologize, I don't recognize you.
And she like just pokes her head in the room and she smiles and she's just sort of standing in the threshold of the door, like looking at everybody.
Can I help you?
She just looks up at you and smiles and she's like, "I was just checking in. You all created quite a scare earlier. Who's holding on to the map right now?"
If Desmond took it, Desmond.
Yeah, I think Thrain said he handed it back to Desmond, so Desmond would have it.
Yeah, it's
Desmond-
rolled up and all that.
Give me a dex save, please.
Oh.
So as your head is turned for a moment, and you're looking at this old lady who's talking to you all in the door, all of a sudden, you kind of feel just this slight little nudge in your fingers. And as you look down, the map is gone. Feel free to give me a perception roll. So you look down and you see that the map is gone. At this same moment that this happens, this little lady just sort of walks in the room past Nell.
I'll just kind of put a hand on her shoulder and be like, "Ma'am, I apologize that if a scene was caused, but you were not invited into our quarters."
No, let them talk before we all die. And Desmond's gonna like lean over into his coat, pull out his twisted wand, and tuck that into his pocket, and step back and just like slump his shoulders and look at this old lady.
Thrain would have just reached down and just grabbed his warhammer that would be leaning against the bed.
Don't.
No, I'm just putting his hand on it. Shirtman's just dropped his arm.
Roderick
So-
puts his hands in his pockets. It seems like his pockets, but you hear click click.
So as you put your hand on her shoulder, she just looks up to you and smiles, and she says, "You may want to shut the door." And she's just standing there smiling at you. All 5 foot nothing of this little old lady.
Nell doesn't break eye contact and just kind of extends their foot backward and like kicks it closed.
And as you do that, she just reaches her hand up like this, and you see her just like almost seemingly out of midair, just grabs the map. And she's like, "So have you figured out what we're dealing with yet?" And she's making eye contact with Roderick.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know what you're dealing with.
No.
Just opens up the scroll, and then she puts her hands up like this, and then as she does, she lets go, and you see the scroll kind of pull back a few feet, and she kind of just stands back and she looks at it.
Roderick, is this a friend of yours?
I'm pretty sure this is the coin god I've been telling you about.
I'm not a god.
Okay.
Coin person.
Stop.
Entity.
Is this in the little old lady's voice or?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
You want to do that?
Even
Stop,
better, this
Stop
is-
talking.
This even better. This is like the same voice you've used for them the entire time. Roderick just hasn't even like relayed that this entity is an old woman.
Mhm.
It's 4
Like-
foot nothing old woman.
Oh, she's aged substantially since we talked earlier.
She like peeks around the map and she's like, every time you speak,
I know.
I feel a
I'm
part of me
amazing.
dying.
Yes, my mother used to say that. Such a compliment.
Turns ahead, looks at Nell, who's standing right next to them,
Accurate.
points at Sandscale and say, so what is here?
Who are you?
Desmond's gearing up.
Kind of peeks around the map, looks at Thrain, looks back at Nell, taps it again.
What we're dealing with is much larger than any of our lives. So,
I've been following you long enough to obtain that much information. What specifically is here?
an old artifact.
Is that what was in the old Orcus temple?
A piece of an old artifact, I should say. Yes, I guess. Sure.
And-
Nell is just like so fucking done with this shit. What? Who are you?
And now
That's
that the
not accurate.
caverns have caved in, how do you plan on retrieving it?
I was not informed that the caverns have caved in.
No,
I
you were doing
gave
your
up.
little sleepy time.
I made the executive decision that we lost. We failed. We didn't succeed. Desmond throws
You
on his
sure are
coat
living
and
up to
puts on his
that.
mask.
You sure are living up to that bright and cheery reputation that I've heard about.
Cliff, what happened to your mic?
Yeah, why does he sound like he's in a fishbowl?
Like right at 10 o'clock, it does that robotic thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Right to fishbowl time.
It's funny. It is always right at this time.
What about now?
There you go.
I
Fishbowl
fucking
o'clock.
know.
Hey, I'll
Desmond
take
like
that over the 10 o'clock crashes.
Yes.
Desmond like clicks his mask on, looks in the direction. With the weight of Amethil and the Shadowfell and dealing with this new undead issue, I have a lot on my shoulders. Sorry if I cannot crack a smile at the moment.
Man, to be the only one in the room with any responsibilities, it must be tough. We're definitely not all dealing with something here.
Hey, we all are dealing with something here, all right?
Desmond's gonna like wander over to one of the windows in the room.
Desmond, were you the one who caved in the caverns? Is that what I'm understanding?
No, I made the call for us to leave, and Desmond flicks his wrist. The wand appears. He points down, and he poofs out of the room.
Or does he?
Give me a DC 19 intelligence save. As you point the wand and do that, she lifts her hand and counterspells.
Desmond's going to expend all 6 uses of the thing until he leaves.
Yeah, okay. So after the first 2 they stop trying. So you try to do it, counter spells it. You try to do it again, counter spells it. And then the third time they finally they just shake their head. And then as Desmond poofs out of the way, Desmond, give me a D10 3 times because you used 3 charges. You said.
Yep.
So we're at. Okay, so on that third charge, or I'm sorry. Yeah. So on that third charge, technically would have been on the first one because of the 1, but you it was counterspelled, so it never actually realized. Let me reveal the other piece of your wand here for you.
Where do I have that?
That's in your inventory. Is
Yeah,
wand
but I have a
pointing.
lot in my. Is it the pointing one?
Yeah.
I thought that was a different one.
Is it?
Yeah, I
Wand of
think it's
pointing,
like-
you just the stick that just.
Oh yeah. Sorry. It's 3 above that.
Wand of forward force. Okay.
Yeah. And I thought I had the extra text on here just where you couldn't see it, but I think when all the shit was breaking, I had to take it off.
Oh, your GM notes. 'Cause that's what was breaking up. Mm-hmm.
This is such bad timing for this. Can I please have 4d4 from you, Desmond? As you go to cast it on that third cast, you hear this sound that comes out of this wand that you have not heard probably since your youth in the Shadowfell. A time when wandering outside of the safety of the city walls, maybe against your father's orders, just being a kid, trying to be a kid. And you came across this this creature in the wilds of the Shadowfell that was this giant, towering, Trent-like creature. And you recall seeing this thing standing maybe 30 feet above you, and it sort of reached out to you, and as it opened its mouth, it made this sound of like a creaking oak that just sort of pierced your soul before you managed to get away from this thing. And as you go to use the wand on that third time, you hear that sound again. It's the second time in your life you've ever heard it. And as that happens, you feel this phantasmal force sort of reach out from the wand. It blows you back. It blows you back to the other wall on the opposite side of the room. As you take 10 force damage, and the wand is left smoking as you do it. And if you look in your notes about it, you can see more information about this. And as you get blown backwards and you just hit the wall on the other side and you just kind of slump down, the old lady looks down and goes, "I didn't do that."
It does not matter. Nell is moving between Desmond and this old woman, and the fucking battle axe is out, just like...
Roderick's pointing both guns.
She doesn't even move. She's still just standing there with like her finger like pointing onto the piece of paper. And she kind of looks at you, pulling your weapon out, and smiles. And she's like, "If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already. I had plenty of time to do that when you were unconscious in the cave." And then
I'll
she
get
like
up and walk with Desmond.
she starts walking over to the bed that everybody was on, and she kind of like jumps up on there, and she's so short her feet are dangling a little bit, and the map just follows along with her, and she's sitting there, and she's basically looking at everybody, and she just got her hands in her lap, and she's sitting there.
Do you know what's messed up? You said she's 5'0".
Yeah.
I'm shorter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know how. She's about your height, we'll say.
I'm 4'10".
Maybe she got an inch on you, maybe.
I'll get up and go over to check on Desmond.
Desmond will like cough and brush himself off and just look at everyone like, "Put your weapons away. That was me."
He left his warhammer at the bed, seeing that they had weapons at him, and I don't care. I know, considering Roderick knows this is a higher being, as soon as that happened, he let go of his weapon. But I walk over. Are you putting that damage on him? I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
are you gonna heal it all?
I'm gonna try to.
Sure. Yeah, it is 10 force damage.
Nell lets out a heavy sigh and, like, doesn't let go of their battle axe, but, like, rests its head on the ground and, like, just kind of, like, leans against it. So, what are you?
I am someone who is very concerned about these effects that are going on, and whatever the Hag Countess is doing.
Brandon will actually say this to you. Except, whispering it to you.
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
I thought you were saying he was saying something to me, and I'm waiting for you to say something to me.
Nope, just whispering.
So are you another one of the... What was it? Primordial Malevolence?
Oh God, no. No, I'm just I'm just a regular, concerned citizen.
Bullshit.
You have the power to kill us, and Desmond's like waving the smoke off of the wand. The hag has the power to kill us. Whoever marked us has the power to kill us. What role do you want us to take, and how can we serve you?
Does a little smile when you say that. Well, from the information that our mutual friend here and like nods their head towards Roderick, who's probably still aiming the two guns at them. According to the information of our mutual friend here, you all are special in some way. So what I want is you all to do whatever it is you are supposed to do to get these runes. I've had a lot of time to read. You might call me a history buff. And from all my research, none of this should be possible. So whatever this is...
What is this that you're referring to? I apologize.
She like taps on the map. This, you, and then like points at Roderick and like just does like a gesture like towards their torso, like this. None of this is right. And one thing I pride myself on is knowledge. I want to know what we need to do to restore Amethil.
Got it.
And
All of the killing of the gods has affected some super old pact thing. I can't remember the name of it. And it's made it so that the Hag Countess and Zindraxis and the like are able to affect our plane again. And I'm gonna fucking kill a cat. Give me a second.
she looks confused as to why Mel wants to kill a cat. So they, as you say that, they're just sort of nodding along, and they're like, this, let's just say I'm not supposed to be here. My involvement has to remain minimal for now. Because it's the
Aegis
wrong
of Eternity. Sorry.
I can see Nell saying that in character like that too.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
The Aegis of Eternity. Now remembered the name of
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing.
As you say that, she reaches in like she's wearing like a cardigan almost, and like reaches in the inner pocket of it, pulls out a piece of paper and like writes it down. She like stops and writes it down and puts it in her waistcoat again. She goes, my involvement has to remain minimal for now. Because if the wrong people find out I'm here, it could be bad.
And the wrong people are...
That's not important right now. What's important is you knowing that I am a ally in this.
They all claim to be.
She kind of like nudges her head like this, and as she does, you see the map fly to you, Nell. It kind of like stops right in front of you, and then all of a sudden you just see it like roll back up and then start to fall.
Catches it.
Regardless, I still would like to know who you are. I get that you're some higher being, but
I'm not. You guys aren't listening at all. I am
You're
just
super old and not supposed to be here.
I'm not that old. And then she like stops and looks down like.
Yeah.
Like stops for a second. This is a disguise.
You said that you've been around for some time. Sorry.
I've been watching you all since, well,
Roger.
mostly since this one called me, but I had been falling for a little bit before then from a distance.
Hey, were you the one responsible for the key when we were locked up, dropped it in front of me? That was you, right?
That was me.
Aha, knew it. Guns pointing.
Ever since I heard the story of 4 survivors from the Elm Hollows attack, I've had an interest in this.
what do you know about the Beedrill?
Which ones? The ones that are exploding and leveling cities? The ones that they're using to carve the tunnels?
Good, those were more.
The ones that were being used as giant siege weapons against Sandscale? They're all Beedrills. There's different types.
Okay.
The more power that the hag gets, the more she's able to do with these things. Which is why I strongly encourage you all to not allow these things to fall into her hands. If I had to guess, based on the way that she was dispatched, you all made her use a considerable amount of her power.
So she'll be weakened for a time.
Don't give us hope like that. We do not need hope. We need actual facts.
The actual facts are, you have a walking, talking, living spell book of spells that are older than all of us combined. Spells that aren't in any of the texts. I've read the entire library of Dracarius, and none of these spells are in it. You all have more power than you assume you do. And this is coming from someone who's been in your shoes, so to speak.
Are you an abyssist?
No, I told you, I'm just a concerned citizen.
Yes, yes. Citizen of what?
Used to be Amethil. I still call Amethil home.
What can we call you? It doesn't even have to be your name. For the love of God, something, please. Thank you.
I'd prefer you didn't call me anything. This conversation has gone on far longer than it should have, and every word that I speak puts us both in danger. I told Roderick that I will do my best to set up a meeting with Reyna. I fully intend on standing by that promise. But your guys' side of the bargain is to get to the bottom of this. The more power that you have, the easier that's going to be.
And how do you say we go about collecting said power?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know what we're going up against. I know you all got a rune back in Doonscrawl.
Wills and Draxus hasn't spoken to us in quite some time. Every time we try to reach out, the hag's there. And at this point, I'm starting to question if they're actually the same being.
I don't have an answer for that one either. My assumption would be, with the hag being here, she's probably able to block your communication much easier now that she knows that you're doing it. But that would be me just making an educated guess.
Why
What
us?
would like us to say?
I don't know.
Well, what is... You said every word you say is putting us in further damage, further danger, all of us. So, let's stick to bullet points. What do you want?
Points to the scroll in your hand.
Locations of runes. Supposedly, maybe.
Get them before she does. Let's figure out how to use them. You have one now. He like points at Desmond. He's like, aren't you supposed to be like some kind of super genius or something?
And I'm starting to put together that if we just don't comply, you're probably going to kill us, right?
No, I'm not gonna. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already. Why is nobody listening to me?
Because you have use for us now, and as soon as you lose your use for us, you kill us.
You and I are both victims to the causality of this. My use to you is restoring Amethil. Outside of that, I don't care if you live or die. But I'm not using you for anything. The only thing that I gain from this is us restoring Amethil.
Do you know how to restore Amethil?
Not exactly.
To
There's
restore the Aegis of Eternity, because that is what was sealing away Zendraxis and the Hag Countess in their former prisons. Go together to make a crown, and that's how they can fully escape.
She opens her mouth to say something and then hesitates. Give me a persuasion roll now. She goes to say something, stops, sighs, and then she's like, there's more to it than just that. We'll talk again. Get the runes, don't get the runes. One way or another, I'm going to continue to figure out what I can do to restore Amethil.
Do
If you
need
want to
the
give
runes
up,
to do that?
I assume so.
Desmond goes into his bag, pulls out the rune, and tosses it towards her.
She literally sidesteps it. Like, what are you doing? I don't know what's going to happen if I interact with that thing.
Well, we can't do anything with it. I've studied that thing for hours, and it is no use to us.
Reaches in her coat, pulls out a piece of paper, writes something down again. Well, maybe they don't work individually. And then she kind of like just starts shuffling towards the door. Do what you want. You uphold your end of the bargain, I'll uphold mine. Opens the door, turns around, smiles at you again, Nell, and says, I am glad to see you all up and about, though. And then closes the door behind her.
Okay. Roderick, how much did you tell that thing before? And not communicate with the rest of us? All of it?
It's like kind of tips his hat up and is like scratching his head with his gun.
I guess it doesn't matter considering it's watching us, but I don't know.
Everything's watching us. I kind of figured it didn't matter.
We can tell random citizens what's going on. It doesn't matter.
Well, let's just get this over with. I apologize for the delay in this conversation. I wanted to make sure that I had enough time to gather my thoughts to respond as more of a leader of the Eclipsean Order and not just a friend. Thrain, did you tell anyone else of your continued communication with Shogun?
Nope.
Well, when we left the collapsed caverns with the goblins, even though you were badly injured by them and we had to heal you up as you were unconscious, and we were allowed to leave after breaking in 2 separate times and insulting their ways and insulting their looks and all that, you had agreed that they were no harm and that
If I know where this is going, don't insult me like that. If you don't think I didn't try to stop him. I can't control someone from half the continent away.
Understood. I was trying to understand if this continued communication was you guiding him there, or if it was otherwise, and you were trying to stop it, or whatnot, whatever you knew. All I was trying to get to was that I was under the understanding that I thought you thought they were not an issue because they were alone and not harming anyone unless they were sought after. And
From what it sounds like, you're accusing me of going against what I said I would do.
I was just trying to gain an understanding about where you were standing and what happened. I'm not accusing.
That's what it sounds like.
I
And
apologize.
there's a reason why I didn't say anything. And I said it when I did, because I thought we would have time to talk about it, but apparently we didn't. At this point, I don't even know how to react to it myself. There's a reason why I waited so long to say anything. I was still trying to process everything.
Nell's going to walk over and put their hands on.
I'll
Ray's
back away from you.
shoulder. Okay. This is not me accusing you. This is me trying to figure out what's going on between these communications. You don't usually keep secrets. You don't usually omit truth. And then in battle, you've had these unkept rages and uncharacteristic acts of vengeance seeming to happen. And
There is so much you don't know.
Okay.
There's so much you don't know. I will never lie. That is against my oath. You have an oath with your higher power, however you get your powers. I have an oath to my deity. I will never once lie to you. But that does not mean I will not hide anything from you. Any of you. I'll be honest. But I will never lie.
Bill nods. Eclipsing Order is not large. There's only 8 of us, so if we're keeping secrets from each other, already, I can't see the Order surviving too well if it's something like this.
It wasn't meant to be a secret. I don't know how to I didn't know how to process it. Didn't really have time to process it. Why should I break the news that the person who you follow, who you trained under, who taught you everything, after being told that we declined the job, says they don't care, they are not breaking their oath again?
Shogun will be spoken to.
That's besides the point. How does that think that looks from the outside, not knowing the relationship that you guys had, not knowing anything about how you were trained, and then for you to say one thing and then the person who you look up to most say another, do another? How can I hold trust in your word at that point? How do I know you aren't going to say one thing and then just for your mentor to say another and you to change your mind?
Shogun may have trained me in battle, but he's not the one I've looked up most to. He may have trained me in the ways to be a paladin, how to be a paladin, but he is not without his own flaws. None of us are without our own flaws. He's not somebody I would follow into, like, the depth of war. He does not command anything of me. My morals are my own. Sheldrick has always been on a path of attempting to repair his oath, which was broken not even by something that seemed possible for him to do. He just happened to have not been in Dracarius when it fell. So he could not keep up the oath of protecting it. And so his oath broke. I don't know. That's why I said I need to speak with him on it. I'm still of the opinion that no being is to suffer for no reason whatsoever if they don't pose a threat. If they don't hurt others, there is no point in attacking. All citizens of Amethil are to be protected, regardless of what they look like, regardless of their origins.
Everyone roll initiative. Someone had a motorcycle drive by, it sounds like.
I thought it was like a train whistle. I was like, what the shit? None of us live that close to tracks.
For now, I'm going downstairs to get some food.
Before you leave, I hate to intervene, but I have a question now that I'm more familiar with Amethil and its laws and have been around the crowd more often. And a slight concern with Shogun. What is his oath? What was his oath?
Cliff Megan is not having anything other than brain fog right now because I'm sick. Help me.
I need to check.
With you saying
Oh.
the only reason he lost his oath was not being a Dracarius, was he serving the king or
Yes.
had an oath to the king?
He was a Oath of Conquest paladin.
Hang on.
Was he now? What does Nell know of his oath breaking?
Probably not a whole lot in great detail. I mean, what you explained would be like what you were told growing up, is that he was not in Dracarius when it poofed, which caused him to break his oath of protecting the people of Dracarius.
Got it. So, from what I've been told, his oath was to protect the people of Dracarius.
So, and I want a answer from all of you on this because I got lots of vagues and uncertainties before, and some I didn't get any answer from. The incident with the goblins, is it common law in Amethil that those goblins should be protected? Because if Shogun was protecting the people of Dracarius by killing goblins, I want to know if the issues that I brought up were more personal or if they were actual laws of Amethil.
Those were not laws. There are no laws about such. Hells, we don't have laws right now at the moment, as our government is kind of fallen. But
So the issues that arose in the cabin were all personal.
they were all different people's moral compasses and viewpoints, I suppose, yes.
The issue with me and Thrain were because of the tabard that I mistakenly desecrated. Not desecrated.
Destroyed.
Damaged?
Incinerated? I mean,
Respected?
yes, disrespected.
okay. I'm like,
Yeah, I wanted to do all that other stuff. I didn't want to disrespect it. The issue I had with Thrain was because of the robe that I disrespected unknowingly. I don't believe we ever had an in-depth talk on your thoughts on whether the goblin should live or die. The only ones whose thoughts I got a concrete answer from Wernels, and the other two kind of went along with it.
So, what do you want to know?
Hang on. Gotta look back at messages real quick. 'Cause I think I messaged Cliff about this. Hang on. Okay.
I do believe when we were communicating with the Sending Stone with Quillwise, that Thrain seemed, from what I heard, was on the side of the goblins, and Quillwise also stated that he believed they should live.
At the time, I was saying that to keep the peace. Because we were still... How do I want to put this? Shaken up from everything. That was our first real job that we had. Right? I'm not thinking that was our first job after.
The first job we took after
Durian?
we lost everyone.
Oh, yeah, it was.
For
Yeah.
Durian.
It was that first job after everyone, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. After we lost everyone. I know, I don't know how much you know, how much I've said about my family. How they were killed.
Bless you.
There were... There were goblins involved in my family's death. But that's all I want to say about that right now. May I go?
Nobody's prevented.
I was asked to stay.
Drain. I consider everyone in here as much as a family as my flesh and blood. I will protect you. I have thrown my life in danger to shield you. And as I told you before, everything that I will continue to do on Amethil will be to protect Amethil and its people. But I will be doing that as Desmond Dusk with my house name, not as an Eclipsean Order member.
Meaning what?
As an Abyskist, our fates are tied. If that was not the case, I would still travel with you all and help you accomplish this goal. I have not had the privilege to be contacted like Zendraxius, like you all have. I doubt that I'm even a fellow Abyskist like you all. But if I am going to be threatened by a member of the Eclipsean Order for their views and not the laws of Amethil, I will not wear this tabard. I will respectfully honor the Eclipsean Order's rules and align the House of Dusk with them, but I will personally not be given orders from the leadership.
Now nods.
Ben's just looking at you.
I don't know, man. Desmond, you make a lot of sense to me. Like, I'm sorry, I try to roll with the whole all lives are beautiful type mantra that you guys, want to roll with the, Eclipsean Order and all that. They're not. Some creatures are just a piece of garbage and probably would be best if they were not around. That's a very human perspective, I think. We are very much aware that even within our own, not everyone is great. So if there are, abominations that are having little half goblin children and some weirdo with a hideous fucking wife that likes to impregnate me against my will, I have to draw a line somewhere. And that's kind of along those lines. So, yeah, sorry. Wish I could say that I believe in that, but I really don't.
It took everything in me to not lash out when I was there. Like I said, I was keeping the peace. I wasn't going to destroy what little we had left over emotions. So I stayed quiet, said what I thought needed to be said, and moved on. I don't know after everything that's been going on, I don't know if I'd be able to do that again. So I understand your stance, Desmond. I understand your stance now. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that.
If I am misunderstanding something, if I have a skewed viewpoint, please let me know. I would.
Nothing would
love
bring me
to
more
be-
pleasure than to go home and to completely destroy the faction that destroyed my family. Was it a faction of goblins? Yes. Will I do that? No. Because there's no reason for unnecessary death. Yes, they destroyed my family. But that does not give me the right to destroy them. That makes sense.
Yes. I've said my piece.
And I'll walk out.
Desmond, I wanted to apologize for my assumptions of your family, your father, and Nell just kind of like drops to their knees. They don't do the full take off clothes thing, but they do basically everything that Desmond did for like the lowering himself when he was apologizing to Thrain. I am sorry for making assumptions. I should have known better that a man that I trust like you could not have come from what my heart was telling me was going to be the demise of my people. And I hope that you can educate me further on the ways of your people, our people, and about your family. I want to do everything in my power to join the Shadowfell of Amethil. And I can't do that without knowing them.
Desmond like just kind of like stares down, then walks over, kneels down, and places a hand on Nell's shoulder. Are you still in pursuit of being the ruler of Amethil?
It is certainly something that I would enjoy. Not for the aspect of ruling, but so that I could do everything in my power to help. Help guide the masses towards peace. Or at least a semblance of it. Be a part of the change that Amethil greatly needs to help shift the treatment of the classes, to prevent unnecessary death, to even the odds, because everyone deserves a chance at happiness in life.
As I said, the House of Dusk will be allied with the Eclipsean Order. If that means you take control of Amethil, my kingdom will be allied with yours.
Thank you.
I will do what I can if you will allow me to guide you in what I have learned in leading, or if you would like to enlighten me on your thoughts of what the general law will be of Amethil, I will do my best to enlighten my people.
I'm glad that we can work together like this. It's an honor to call you a friend.
Desmond will like grab you by the shoulders and lift you up.
Stop bowing, you weirdo.
Brush you off with his hands. First advice, as a ruler, you're not going to be able to postpone important meetings.
I understand that. It wasn't supposed to be a long postponement. It was going to be first thing in the morning. And then everything happened.
When you have an entire continent in your case, there will always be something in the morning.
Of course. But this was my 3 closest friends. The order which I have been asked to lead, and I gladly do so. It wasn't the continent, so I thought I had time. I wanted to get my head around reacting more composed and less how I would towards a friend.
I understand. Desmond like rubs the dirt off of his hand on his coat.
Dirt off? Where's the dirt? Where'd it come from?
Wiped off of you, kneeling down.
As if you,
Clean yourself up.
With your dirty ass.
as if
Desmond didn't clean
would've-
you
Yeah.
like the same thing.
Please, Desmond put us in the bed. I don't think he'd place us in the bed without poofing us.
He did.
You did?
Because he specifically called out Clean and Thrain, so he didn't clean you.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Brain was infested. That was a special case.
Nell just kind of looks down at themselves like, yeah, got a lot of blood that's mine and a lot of blood that's not. Definitely need to clean up.
Desmond just like turns hand and prestige like you.
Thank you.
Starts walking out. You should help with the town, I guess. Roderick, keep it up. Desmond walks out.
Yeah.
Nell smirks and goes, come on, let's go help Roderick. Maybe you could tell me about some of the few times you've escaped prison in the meantime. They joke as they're walking out the door.
He shrugs and walks.
As you make your way out of the room and kind of into the common area, are you looking for Thrain or anything like that, or like what's your thoughts, Desmond?
I guess not looking for Thrain, going straight to the Dragon Guard barracks.
Mm-hmm.
And then just order me around to do something.
Okay. So as you make your way through the common grounds, you can hear, some of the chatter going on both sides, the restaurant side and the more tavern side. And you catch sort of the closing sections of this song going off in the tavern. And for whatever reason, when you would normally just keep walking and not pay much attention to it, something about it strikes a chord with you, and you stop for a moment. And as you like turn to look in there, you see this bard who's strumming a lute standing on the table, and you two almost like lock eyes. Just out of nowhere, that just so happened to be looking that way as you walked by, and you just hear the sort of final beads to a song, as the bard's like, "When shadows close and hope seems lost, remember all the fights we've crossed. You've braved the dark and dared the fight. Stand tall, my friend, and find your light." And he kind of like finalizes the strumming of it as he's like looking there. And then you hear him just sort of like crescendo off as he's like, "Stand strong, your fight is just beginning." And he's like, and for whatever reason, like you kind of you soak that in for just a moment as you continue on your path out as you head to the barracks.
Desmond scoffs and like moves as he walks out of the actual building. Then it's just playing in the back of his mind as he walks.
But so you're like humming it as you're walking.
Right.
I already threw it on your character sheet. Next attack roll or skill roll, you will get a d6 added to it.
Nice. I'm attacking that old lady.
You can do that. Not saying I'd recommend it, but you could do that. Actually, do that. I kind of want to see what'll happen.
I walked too far already. Maybe a hassle now.
Right.
Walked away too far. That's funny. So as you make your way out, you're starting to head to the barracks. Now, Roderick, are you following?
I'm following Nell, so
Yep, Nell would be also heading towards the barracks, unless anything jumps out of, like, you know, somebody's, like, under some rubble crying for help, obviously. Not going to deviate from the path of going to where there's some form of organization of all of this getting together. They've actually sort of fashioned their tabard around their waist to have the Eclipsean Order sigil on them, but they're just not wearing it because it can get in the way when you bend down to do things. So it's sort of like a half skirt sash thing at this point.
Okay. So you two head out there then. Thrain, you're getting food, you said?
Yeah, it's not gonna take long. He's gonna eat quick and then head back. Or if he sees them walking out, he'll.
Yeah. So I mean, as you're finishing up your play, you would see Desmond walk first, and then you would see Nell and Roderick. You know, not too long thereafter.
Get up and kind of just trail them behind, not necessarily hiding the fact I'm following him, just following them. And once I figure out, notice where they're going, continue. And also contribute.
Okay. All right. So as you all eventually make it to the guard barracks, and you walk inside, you would see the Highblade sort of, for the first time, not in armor, just in like tailored cloth, and he's sitting down at a table, and he's kind of like talking with one of the guard captain, and as he sees you all walk in, he like stands up, and you see him sort of like grab his side as he does, as he like pushes himself
Desmond
to
will
the.
just like put a hand up.
He disregards
We're
it.
just-
He walks up, and you'd be the first one in, so he walks out and reaches a hand out to you.
Desmond will take it. Good to see you up.
It's good to be up. It's a good thing sand is soft. He chuckles a little bit. I haven't had a chance to formally thank you all for defending the city.
I'm glad you can hear again.
Yeah, the deafness was bad, but the blindness in my left eye was really worrisome. I'm glad that the clerics were able to patch away most of that.
Do you want a new eye?
That's
Kinda like-
fucking Desmond shit right there.
He's like surveying everybody when he's talking, right, to try to to kind of distribute the eye contact to everybody. And like as Desmond says that, he's like, "Thank you, but both mine are working just fine now." He didn't even let you like explain or anything like that. He kind of like puts a hand on your shoulder. He goes, and as the position of power I hold allows me, I don't want my thanks to you merely to be in words. And he kind of like motions for you to follow. And he walks to one of the adjacent rooms, and he goes into this area where you see this large table, and you see this large cloth kind of draped over the table, and you see a bunch of potions and little trinkets, and you see gold and copper pieces and some platinum pieces all stacked up, and he looks at you all and he says, "These are things that we managed to salvage from the bodies. I've taken some of the coin and I've given it back to people who have lost loved ones and whose homes and businesses were damaged, but the extra that's here, I want you all to use it to continue protecting Amethil. And before you all try to be noble and decline this offer, just know that my brother wouldn't have been able to stop me from offering this to you, and neither will you." He chuckles a little bit. He goes, "There's a few items that are magical of nature, but we haven't had the time to identify. A few potions that I'm not quite sure what they do. A couple of healing potions. The whole lot's yours if you want it. And anything that you don't want, we'll redistribute into the circulation of our stores and people." And he looks over out in the hallway, and he's like, "Clarel, will you all excuse me for one moment? Feel free to peruse this. I need to speak with one of my captains." And he kind of starts walking out the room, and he leaves you all in here to do what you want with it. If you open the party sheet in the upper right-hand corner, you can see everything that is on the table.
Desmond will get all of the magical items, like, pointed out by one of the guards, then slide those off to the corner.
What is a chrysoberyl?
A transparent yellow-green to pale green gem.
Okay. It didn't say gem, so I was like, the fuck is that? It just says transparent yellow green,
But look
pale
at-
green.
What's that last syllable?
Green.
No, of the word.
Yeah, barrel.
Eh? Eh?
I-
Eh?
That,
Eh?
yeah, I get it, bear drill. But my brain went,
No, not barrel. Barrel, as in Jay's character, as in
Oh.
Yeah.
the gem-eyed rock genasi crystals
Got it.
for balls.
Okay.
Is that the description we got from him?
Something like that.
He's got balls made of crystal. Jay, what the fuck? Unidentified. Oh, what I want. That's how it
Everything
says.
magical. Desmond's like, all right. I'll identify these.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Desmond. There's also some scrolls.
I'll look at the scrolls and I'll set those aside.
Sure. And then you notice some potions. One of them is a potion of greater healing. One of them has already been pre-identified as a potion of thunder resistance. And then there's another potion there that they don't know what it is, but it's kind of like a golden color, and it has some flakes in it that almost look like dirt or rock, like in color, like how they look.
Nell, do you want the potions? Would you be able to identify them?
I can try.
If anyone needs help with the identification, you can just leave it next to me.
I mean, yeah, crafting components. Yay. I'm soon confused by the assignment. Are you doing that, Cliff?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, as people are calling out what they want, I'm just assigning it to them.
Yeah, Nell will, I'm assuming through their herbalism knowledge, try to identify the potions.
All right. And what about the gems? Anybody want those, or am I just distributing them, or are you selling them, or?
Roderick.
You want the pretty shinies?
I like money.
I'm assuming all of these things that are like spinel, transparent red to red brown, like those
Yeah,
are
they're
all
all
gems.
gems. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, this is just Megan not knowing shit.
Yeah, basically, like just for like meta knowledge, most of the way D&D distributes loot, there's what they call treasure hoards, and you'll get shit like gems and paintings and all that shit. That's really like, if you want to, you could use them for some sort of lore or decoration and whatnot. But most of the time, people just fucking sell them.
I'll just mix the crafting components in mine then.
Oh boy, more.
Yeah. Saying nobody grabbed them, it's like we can use them.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Definitely need to make a bag of holdings.
Yes.
So, yeah. I like how there's 2 gold that remained.
Why didn't it give?
Thrain doesn't actually
Fuck you,
get shit.
Thrain.
Am I full? I'm full. I can't carry anymore.
How about I take those 45 crafting components for him then?
I'm over my maximum as well.
The crafting components don't weigh anything.
Yeah, I still have 30 pounds of things I can hold.
Is gold weight on, Cliff?
Probably.
That's probably why. The silver kind of probably filled up everything.
Yeah.
2,000 silver a piece.
Looks like y'all are gonna have to do something about that, I guess.
Yeah.
That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. I'm not carrying around 210 pounds worth of shit.
Right?
Yeah, Nell's gonna leave their 2,000 silver on that table, actually.
Sure, delete it out of your inventory.
Yep, I will return myself to 7.
Roderick will take it. How much was that?
I'm leaving it for the town. The city.
Yeah, I mean,
Reparations.
I've been in the town for a while.
Roderick.
Politically fine.
Wait for that sleight of hand roll.
If I was playing Arkin.
I love that there's still 2 gold inside of the party sheet. Also, did you remember to put a share of it towards Eclipsean Order?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that automatically gets split.
Sweet.
If you want, I'll do the 2 gold there. Boop.
Sure.
And then we can boop.
It was just making me giggle that it was still there. I was like, everything but 2.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be split evenly. I guess I could have did 20 silver and then gave everybody 5 silver additional to split it out if we really wanted to, but yeah, it's fine. So Desmond, are you actually trying to identify things right now?
Yeah. As long as I have time, he's gonna start identifying all the unidentified. And
What is it, ritual?
Yep. 10 minutes per.
Well, before the High Blade comes back in, you'd probably have time to identify like 1.
Okay.
What do you try to identify? You had.
They just say unidentified, bro.
Is that all it said in the party sheet too?
It just
Yeah,
says
it's,
unidentified. There's
so
no
you got-
description, just unidentified.
So we'll say unidentified. The first one you have in your inventory is a scroll. Second one you have is a scroll. Third one you have is a ring. It's a really soft metal ring. You also have a necklace that's unidentified. And you have a weathered wand that is unidentified.
Ooh, another one. I can have 3.
Hold it like Wolverine claws and use all of them at once.
Right. Let's do the necklace first.
Sure. So you spend time focusing on identifying the necklace as you sort of study it over and focus your arcane energy into it. Nell, are you attempting to identify? You
One
have
potion, sure.
the 1 potion, yeah. You have a potion and you have 2 potions.
Yeah,
one of them,
that was the only thing I took.
So one of them is a perfectly clear potion. That like when you inspect it in like the light, like you don't see any impurities in it, nothing. The other one, it's like I said, like a dark, like golden color, and it seems to have like flakes of like dirt or rock in it. It almost looks like.
Do I get to use my herbalism to identify, or
You
is that
do,
what's
so
not?
you get to choose which
Okay.
one because you're only gonna have time to do like 1 right now.
We're gonna use the dart.
You're gonna do the one with the dirt, you said? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a
Herbalism roll.
yeah. Use your tool that has the most points to it.
The other one's just water.
Go for it.
So this one, as you're inspecting this and start looking through it, you pop the top off of it, and the smell that hits you, bless you, the smell that hits you is like a foul, pungent smell that almost reminds you of like old cheese. And through your investigation of this, you see something floating in it, and as you start like kind of moving it about and seeing what it is, you notice that it is a very large toenail in there. And through your assertion, you have determined that you have a potion of hill giant strength.
Yeah, I knew that when I heard the toenail. Like Megan knows that components, the components of that one. So I was like, oh, yummy. Corks that one back up.
And then Desmond, as you start focusing through this, and the arcane weaves start telling the story of this, you see this like gold necklace with all these red and yellow like semi-precious stones in it. Some of the stones that are in there almost look like some of the stones that Roderick scooped off the table. And you determine that this necklace is a necklace of adaptation. And while you're wearing it, you can breathe normally in any environment, and you have advantage on saving throws made against harmful gases and vapors such as cloud kill, stinking cloud, inhaled poisons, and breath weapons of dragons.
Sin, you finally have a character that can't drown.
You have advantage against it. Doesn't say that you can't drown.
Okay. You said breathe in all environments, so that meant water to me.
My first thought was I don't need my mask.
Yeah. So like,
We get to see our handsome mans.
why is it showing unidentified still? There you go. Okay.
Attunement, I'm assuming.
No, it's not attunement. You're good. It just I clicked unidentified and it didn't unidentify it. So I clicked it again and then clicked it again and then it worked. So I don't know.
But
and
it
turned it off.
requires
And turned it on
attunement,
again.
right?
I don't think that one does it?
Sounds pretty OP if it doesn't.
No, it does. It definitely does. Sorry. There's the little box to the right of it.
Someday I'll actually successfully attune to the Gullyford.
Oh yeah,
You've only
the
tried like
bond
once or twice, haven't you?
I've tried 3 times. We haven't really had much downtime.
Desmond will explain what the necklace does if anyone wants it.
Just hang on to it for now. I don't see a current use for it,
No,
but that doesn't mean not going to change.
Swirls the disgusting swill it is, and goes, "This is a potion of hill giant strength. Don't sniff it if you go to use it."
Completely
Will
meta.
definitely
Like,
be
could you
useful.
imagine drinking that fucking thing?
Oh God!
Like, it's got the. What do you do with the toenail? Are you supposed to like chew that and swallow it, or do you just spit that out after it's done? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, is it like a bay leaf
Scratch
in
it.
the soup? You don't actually eat it?
Yeah, like if it's too big to like fit through the neck of the bottle actually, so it just stays as a remnant of what you drink.
Thank God. I don't want to drink it. I don't want to eat it.
It's got to stay in there to keep the potency up.
It's a bay leaf.
It's like a marshmallow and brown sugar. Keep the moisture out. So as you're all identifying things and looking it over, after 10 or so minutes, Highblade comes back in. He says,
Nell
"So
reaches into their pocket and pulls out the singed family photo. It said, "I got this off of a highly charged member of the Dragon Guard. So you'd be able to give his family closure. I figured you might be able to identify the individuals in the picture. Or someone would."
he looks at it and he kind of closed his eyes for a second and he's like, that must be Balar. He had been unaccounted for since everything happened. I'll have to let his family know. Thank you." Did you all have Any luck with getting the rune?
Unfortunately, no.
He closed his eyes for a second.
There were more of the hags' cultists and more of their dilapidated monsters that they have created from formerly people.
Well, we need to formulate a plan to excavate. All of the tunnels have caved in. About 3-4 hours back, we felt this rumble under our feet. And then we had guard that reported that the tunnels had all collapsed. So I don't know what happened in there, but
I know they made it to the
Old
what do we call the church?
Temple of the Forgotten.
Oh yeah, they made it to the temple.
So funny, no one can remember the name of it. Temple of the Forgotten. A name that good.
I can't say they did make it to the temple.
Well, we haven't seen any more of the Hag's cultists since the battle ended.
There seemed to be undead guarding the temple underneath.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
That's in character, big ol' shruggo.
They were skeletons. They asked if we were there for the what was it called?
Ritual.
I don't remember. What was what do I need to roll, Cliff? I don't remember what the phrasing that they used it was.
Probably just like history. How far did that happen before Thrain was knocked unconscious?
Right before he went to a rage and destroyed them. So it was a good bit before. Because I did the turn on dead, Desmond ran away. I walked in,
It was
turned
at
back
least a
around,
minute.
retrieved them, and went back in.
Okay. So with a 13, yeah. For the shit, what wording did I use for that?
Hang on, now I'm going back.
Yeah. If you could find the actual name, I don't recall what I said it was.
Okay, let me.
Either way, you don't need to know the exact phrasing for the conversation.
Yeah, I said what they said.
And was there anything that you've seen? Anything that we can put together some information to figure out what's going on?
I don't remember much. Just remember the undead in a room. It's almost like maybe an altar. I don't know.
Well, maybe... Didn't you have the ability to sense the object?
Yeah, I do.
Would you be willing to go back to the temple to see if you could still feel it there?
Of course.
And we'll determine from there what the next steps are. I don't feel safe knowing that that's under there, especially with the consecration of the temple being lifted. I also wanted to talk to you specifically. There's a specific ritual for casting the consecration, and seeing as we are down a few clerics, would you mind helping out? I can have one of our clergy teach you the spell, and we just need a few days of you doing it here. We've sent for help from Dune Scroll, but they're a few days out before they can make it.
Of course. I plan on being here that fortnight until we go back to Durian. So
I won't ask of you to do it that long, but a few days. You're all more than welcome to join, but I think in this moment, Thrain's the only one that can really assist.
Anything that I can do around the city, I will be doing.
I appreciate that. He puts his hand on Thrain's shoulder and he's like, give me a moment to gear up and we'll head out.
nod.
And he walks in his chambers and closes the door.
Nella's going to just kind of like gesture with their head, since they're not going to be going with him. Like, come on, let's go see what we can do to help the citizens. I'm sure we can just join in with any group of Dragon Guard that are working to help sort through the rebel, look for survivors, help who we can where we can.
If you guys need me, I'll be at the temple.
I will be at the front door of the temple if I need you.
Hopefully you'll be able to reach him mentally. While you're in there, Thrain, may as well see if you can sense if the other rune is still down there.
That's what we're doing.
This must have been while I was peeing.
Probably.
Oh, I knew you were consecrating the place.
No, but right before that, the high blade asked if I could do the spell to locate it if it was still there.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's while I was in the bathroom.
they're not sure what should do if it's still down there.
Yep.
Not
Let's
sure how to
just
proceed.
retcon Nell saying that.
Yeah.
Never happened. So yeah, Nell's heading out the barracks and looking to join up with any group. And since they got a full rest in, actually probably better to head straight to the healer's tent. So they can help heal anybody who's still messed up.
Sure. What's Desmond and Roderick going to be doing?
Nell beat me to it. He was gonna switch out his mask for his official plague doctor and perform his duties.
And just so you know, Cliff, are you here for the ceremony?
Yeah, I pulled it up too.
I'm half trying to pay attention here, half listening here. I'm like, what was it?
And what's Roderick gonna do?
He's just sticking with them, whatever he's doing.
Okay.
So we're all going to the healer's tent.
I can't wait to see Roderick make that healing roll.
I mean,
Hey,
he did
hey,
stabilize
hey.
Thrain.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just
He's a results guy.
Started it.
He is a results guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you all break off. Thrain, you're gonna head to the temple. So the High Blade comes out fully in armor. You can still see like he's walking with a little bit of pain, but he's still trying to carry himself. And he leads you to the temple, and as he's walking, he's just saying, I appreciate you extending this offer. I normally wouldn't put a burden like this on one of your members. I know you have other things to do, but we are short bodies and we need to get the seal put back on the temple.
Our goal is to help those who need help. So I'm willing to help any way possible. If that means helping for the full fortnight, I can help. If that means I can just help for as long as you need, that as well. But I plan on helping rebuild the city as best I can.
He chuckles a little bit and he puts his hand on your back. He's like, the spirit of my brother will haunt me if I downplay his order to clergy in a temple. But I appreciate it. The consecration spell has been one that has been passed down from cleric to cleric during time of need. Unless you were in an area rife with undead or rife with fiends, it's one that probably wouldn't have been in your normal teachings. Seeing what
I've heard of it, but never needed to learn about it.
it's a taxing spell. I have seen people be able to cast it at will, but due to how much it drains most people, it's typically done in ritual form. I'll have a few of the clergy show you what's needed. It will require full concentration to do. once you get the hang of it, then you're free to use it as you will. Given the situation at hand here, it will likely become useful for you at some point. But before we get to that, if we can make sure that the rune is still there, that's going to sway what the next order is. And like as you stop at the entrance to the temple, he kind of just gives you a nod and just looks at the door.
Calling back on to the gem that I had when I originally cast it, it'll start describing the rune and pretty much just focusing all his energy into visualizing it in his hands, and then cast the spell as a brief burst of dark light comes out, not very far, not very bright, just a puff, and then I cast it. Locate object.
Give me a percentile die, please.
Who has the rune now?
You should. I give it back
Nope.
to you.
The
Desmond
floor.
tossed it on the bed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so there's no way in fuck Nell would have left it
No, I
there
know
alone.
someone would have grabbed it. I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
still there, but who has it?
I can say that
The old
Nell
lady?
has it. We can say that Nell has it if we need to, or Thrain
Mhm.
could have been the one to pick it up because we would have already mentioned that we need to be looking for it.
Yeah, I would have grabbed it. In that case, since I have it, I would have pulled it out to use it too.
Could be a dick.
You want my fate point?
I didn't use a fate point. Fuck.
Or you know what? I'll give you my inspiration for it, Cliff.
Both.
So as that energy pulses out, again, that same type of orange that you see on the scar, you can still see the object in the same spot that it was before, deep under the temple.
As I cast a spell, my head will just drop and keep dropping until I just pretty much eyes are locked on it. It's still there.
All right, then next move will be to assemble a digging crew.
The best way we got in, I don't know how collapsed the tunnels are, but he'll describe the tunnel we went in through, and then the pathway we went down that would have led into Temple of the Forgotten through the wall, and then what he would have seen.
Given the density of the sand, it's going to be almost impossible to get through the tunnels that are collapsed. And if the descriptions that I've been given are correct, the blackened glass caverns sound of obsidian.
They are.
I think our best bet's going to be finding an area that was not affected and excavating the best that we can. We have a call out to Sea Bluff to see if there's anyone that has the ability to move Earth. But until we can find someone who has that level of power, we're going to be doing a lot of manual digging till we can get that place open. My thoughts are the safest place for that rune will be inside of this temple. with the consecration on it.
I agree.
And as you're talking, like, you see some clergy members like heading out, and he says, "Speaking of," and he sort of nods at one of them, and he walks up. "This is my high cloth, Lelric. He'll be the one that'll show you the ropes of consecration. Follow his lead. When does the ceremony need to happen?" He says, "Well, in roughly an hour or so, if we want to keep it consistent with the timing we did before." He looks over to you and says, "Are you available in an hour?"
I am. Let me head back to the room and don my vestments.
He says, "Thank you," gives you a nod. And then he says, "Just find the high cloth back here and let me know if you need anything."
Will do. Thank you.
Yeah, so you head back
Out.
there, get your cloth.
And during that time, he'll doff all his armor, put his he'll keep his warhammer, but his armor's gone, and he'll be in his full vestments, which is nothing like his standard garb. So,
All right.
if someone in the party happens to see me, I'll describe it.
If they're all in the healers area, then they would not see this unless they say that 20 to 40 minutes after getting there that they leave for some reason.
Just describe it for Zach, damn it.
Find out eventually.
Fine.
So as you make your way back to the temple, you see the high cloth waiting for you, and he's like, "We have a few minutes here before we kick off the ceremony. Follow me and I'll show you your place." And as he walks inside, you see spaced about every 30 feet a cleric. And they're like lining the perimeter of the temple. And as he walks you back through, they all have their vestments on with robes, and their hoods are pulled up. And you see all of them are knelt down, and they have two fingers, and they're touching the ground. He walks you past. He walks you into the old temple. And he says, "You and I will be in here on either side of this crest." And he gives you this small trinket that looks like it was carved out of sandstone. And he says, "Hold this in your left hand. Touch the ground with the index and middle finger of your right hand. Follow the motions with your left hand that I do, and repeat after me." And as he like shows you where to stand, you both are just sort of looking at each other on opposite sides of that big like heaven and hell mural on the floor. And he starts saying an incantation, and as he does, he keeps his right hand down, and he's motioning almost making like several squares in the sky with his left hand with that trinket. Would you please, for me, give me either an Arcana or a Religion roll with a DC 13? All right. So after 10 minutes or so of chanting this, repeating it over and over again, like you start feeling the burn in your arm of doing this motion over and over again. And during the final chant of this, you almost hear everybody's voice inside the building in unison say the last piece. And as it does, you see this burst of divine energy shoot across the floor. And you see this sort of shimmer for just a brief moment as it dissipates into the cobble. And when it's all done, he just stands up and he gives you a nod. He says, "The High Blade said that you had a good grasp on the divine, and you have proven so today." He just kind of gives you a nod and he says, "May the gods that guide you continue their blessings." And because you beat the roll by more than 5, I'll just go ahead and say that you know the basics of the consecration spell, which has now been added to your spellbook.
Spellbook shifted and it disappeared.
And as we sort of pan over to everyone else, you would all notice that as you make it to like the healer's tent, like there's only a few like clergy members in there. And about 20 or so minutes after you guys get there, they all abruptly get up and leave in unison.
Weird. I'm guessing that has something to do with the consecration happening. Nell peeks outside of the tent to see where they're all headed.
Yeah, you'd see them walking in that direction.
Whatever they're choosing to do at the moment doesn't affect what we're doing right now. Desmond will keep tending to whoever he's tending to.
Yeah, Nell was more like, okay, because they all just got up in unison and left. But Nell is still doing what they can to heal and...
And as we close chapter tonight, can I have all 3 of you giving me a medicine roll, please?
Medicine
3.
rolls. Here I was preparing to lay on hands and cast prayer of healing and cast cure wounds, medicine checks.
Yeah, you're doing all that too.
Let's rub some dirt in it.
Someone want to do a team up with me?
I was waiting for that nat 20 from Roderick.
I was about to say, I was waiting for Roderick to roll higher than everybody else and fucking laugh my ass off.
He sets a bone just right. Just goes, yeah, it's fine. We'll just pop it back in. No, hold on. Oh.
What do you mean we're going to pop it back? Ah! He's like, hey, wait a minute. Gets up and starts dancing. Yeah. So, no cliffhanger tonight. We'll end it right there. So yeah. So thanks everyone for hanging out. We will be back next week for Amethil. We're not doing Etheria tomorrow, right?
Nope.
Okay. That's what I thought. So next week Amethil on Friday at 8. Etheria Saturday at a time.
After 8 p.m.
8:30,
Right.
9 o'clock. We'll say 9. We're just going to go at 9. And this weekend, I'll probably be streaming some Minecraft or Star Wars Outlaw. I'm so bad at... I can't play multiple games. I'm so bad at that. Because I hyperfixate. So, like, I'm so fucking terrible at multi-gaming. Because it's like, I'm never going to touch one of those games. And also, before I go, sad news I gotta end on here. This actually really, like, bothers me. And I don't usually get bothered by, like, celebrity shit. But fucking Tony Todd died.
What the fuck?
Tony Todd died at 69 fucking years old, dude.
What the fuck?
I'm pretty sure
Wow.
Sid and I just made the face of like, yeah, we don't know who it is.
Candyman.
Yeah, we don't know who it is.
Death
pretty
from
much.
Final Destination.
Yeah,
I
like
don't know who that is.
you
Fuck y'all.
definitely watched some animation where they needed somebody to be either death or somewhat a demon of some sort, and he was their voice.
Yeah, if you needed someone to have like a deep, growly voice, you got Tony Todd. Tony Todd has been in like 250 fucking movies. Like, not even exaggerating. Dude's been in a ton of shit. So at some point, you have watched a cartoon, a movie, something with him in it.
I'm pulling up his IMDb. See
But
if I figure out who the fuck I know him from.
yeah, so he passed away today, and they don't have a cause of death. But he's only 69 years old, dude. That's so young.
Yeah.
So, you know, not to bring the bummer to it, but to honor the man's name. It's a fucking horror legend right there.
So I googled how many movies was Tony Todd in. You know what Google told me?
Huh?
At least 52.
That is accurate.
Yeah. All right.
That'd be like
Yeah.
saying how many days has the world existed, and they were like at least 100.
Like, you're not wrong, but no.
Hold on, now I gotta look it up.
Right back.
According to IMDb,
91. Rolls, at least.
91. That's it.
I think that's what it said at the top.
That sounds low. I could be wrong, but that sounds low. Because he was up there with... He's been in 245 movies, and there's 11 upcoming.
Apparently, he was somebody in a Scooby-Doo movie that came out in 2017, but I didn't see that, so... I'm just still scrolling, and I still haven't seen any of these.
You need to fucking change that.
Right.
I don't do horror.
Okay.
Oh, okay, there we go. Found it. He's the Eon Worm in episode 1 of Bravest Warriors. I know exactly who he is.
No, we gotta get you on the not the Fast and the Furious, goddamn. Final Destination. Yes, we're gonna watch
Mhm.
that.
I don't
John,
think
do
he
you
was
really
in
think I can
Fast
handle
and the
watching
Furious.
that?
Yes.
So,
I don't
so
think I can.
what is it
Oh,
about horror
Destinations
movies
is
you don't
great.
like?
Well, you see, I have syncope, so when something looks traumatic and my brain goes, gee, how would that feel? I pass out and have a seizure.
That's made up. Anyways, we're gonna watch them.
So I will say that most of the deaths that happen in Final Destination, your brain isn't gonna say that hurt. It's just gonna be
Yeah.
that light switch was turned off.
I do lots of,
No, there is one. I know.
Well,
I can pick out picture
There
off
we
the top of my
go.
head.
The
he is the voice
hanging
of
one
Fallen
in
in
the first one.
Transformers. I got
The
one.
tanning bed.
I'm thinking of just the first one.
Oh yeah. I don't remember what movie it's from. I think it's 5 that has a tanning bed.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But the one that I always vividly remember is the logging truck.
Of course,
Oh,
it's what
everyone
everyone
remembers the
remembers.
logging truck.
Yeah,
I've never
We-
seen the movie, but I've seen like a GIF of that happening.
Yeah, we're gonna get you a nice healthy fear of logging trucks.
I have.
you know, we should all just do a Final Destination marathon.
We could do
So
that.
Do a Discord.
Mhm.
I've been
movie
wanting to
night.
do movie nights. We could do Final
I know.
Destination for the movie nights.
I hate you all.
You can draw during it. There you go. Be at your computer, so.
Yeah.
Okay, they made a sequel to Meet the Blacks. What the fuck?
Yeah, like I said, the first one wasn't even good enough, and then
No,
they made
it
a
was
sequel.
terrible.
I didn't even watch it.
Get
It's like
bars.
And it's
that's
got
why.
Omar
when you-
Epps.
Yeah, that's why when you posted that like Marlon was gonna be involved in another scary movie friend, I'm like,
Well, so it's not just Marlon. Like, it's the entire Wayans empire is taking it back over for the next one.
yeah, if they're all involved, especially
they are.
Keenan, I'm in.
Yep, they are. Yeah, so it was Marlon that posted on social media, but it's like their entire I can't remember what their production company is called.
Mm-hmm.
Like their entire thing is it. But yeah, Keenan's back, Sean's back, Marlon's back, and the other one that I can't think of the name of. The one that's always in like the production credits, but not an actor.
Oh,
I want to say it's Keenan's wife or one of or it might be Damon's wife.
maybe.
But yeah, anyways, they're all back. But yeah, I now need to watch The House Next Door Meet the Blacks too because that's a thing. Oh my god, it looks so terrible. I'm gonna have to watch this tonight.
John.
Stop it. Huh?
Why didn't you just fucking say he was Kern in Star Trek?
Because
You have
I
it
did.
on all the time. I know who
I
that
know.
is.
I don't think you know the name Kern of all the Klingon Empire.
You have Star Trek on.
You don't know fucking
24/7.
Candyman, but you know Kern?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Candyman is like fucking like horror movie zeitgeist. Like
I have never even heard of the horror movie Candyman before tonight.
you
Oh my god.
what
I feel.
All right.
weak.
On that note,
Oh, you're still alive.
Yeah.
on that note, we need to raid the fuck out of here before I lose my shit on camera.
Right.
Who we going to? Nat one and done. Casters and cantrips. Those are the only two options. Nat one and done, casters and cantrips. Let's go to Nat one and done.
Yeah,
I think they raided us not too long ago, so let's return the
Yeah,
favor.
and they showed up inside of our Discord.
Yeah. So let's go return the love. No, you're trapped in here until we leave. So thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. As I said, next week we'll be back. Friday for Amethil, Saturday for Floating Isles of Etheria. So thanks everyone. Have a great night. Bye. And then I gotta click end on all the streams.
Okay, let's go through this list. And I